And what I've been doing is webbing them as unlisted in YouTube, so you can go back and watch stuff if you want.
Oh, wow.
If this goes into more than one part, then I could send you the list for the 35 hours of Bex and Nance's last game, which was not what I counted on, and also Anthony did a thing. But also, you know, turn the YouTube up to 1.5 playback because you're powering through a lot of unedited garbage. In any case, you can see I've added a bunch of stuff to the map. This is mostly north of the river stuff, but things have been added south and then even further south. I'm going to tell you today, your case should not take you south of the river. And I'm fairly certain I know both of you live north of the river. In the time, you know, it was like summertime, you guys have been working your shifts. You work 10-2s, which is basically 10 days, or 10-4s rather, 10 days on, 4 days off. You've handled all kinds of cases, like you've handled, you know, sort of intricate robbery cases, obviously homicides, some what I've decided to call sentient trafficking, because you can't call it human trafficking because that's very specific here. So we're calling it sentient trafficking. A lot of that sounds diminutive. A lot of cases that sometimes you've seen what happens is if you run over your 10 days, you don't pass the baton, you run over, and for every like X amount of days you run over your 10 days, they just tack on. So what is sometimes reliably 10-4s sometimes become 12-5s or 14-6s. Like, so the longer you work in a stretch, the longer your stretch of days off is. You are coming back from actually one of those longer, like 5-day stretches. And in fact, you two happen to have the New Year off. You're coming back on, you came back on, as you, I think, saw in the notes, on January 6th, the year 513. AU is Anno Unionis, or in the year of the Union.
AKA the year of the fruit bat.
The year of the fruit bat. ChatGPT, create an animal-based 13-month Chinese-style astrology. I'm not going to do that right now, but I might do that later. Right. on like a 13-year cycle, because the Chinese is a 12-year cycle, right? So anyway, so you've had cases. You're coming along well. You've built, you know, some bonds among other inspectors. You are no longer considered rookies, but you haven't had any like really big major cases. A couple of things have happened in your coming back to the office, and you can see sort of the latest edition of those papers depending on what papers you take, in case you haven't sort of figured it out. The Haven City Chronicler is kind of like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. It's fairly conservative. It's fairly, you know, businessy kind of Times of London. The Haven City Crier is whole ass the New York Post. It's inflammatory. It's sensationalist, and there's sometimes some good things in there. It's very anti-establishment. And
so the OC Weekly. Or
sure,
anything weekly.
Yeah. Anything weekly. The Haven Herald is sort of middle of the road, tries to be the Joe Friday of the newspapers, just the facts. And you know, all of them are sort of like, I won't say muckraker era, but there is no editorial page, right? They will throw in their opinions sort of everywhere. And that's pretty well reflected.
I hate to ask this, but can we get the 3 papers again with just like the real world
equivalents?
Yeah. So the Chronicler is Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, very close. I would say the Haven Herald is like the SF Chronicle or the LA Times. And the Crier is like the New York Post. Or you could say the Haven Herald, also like Washington Post, tries to be fairly even-handed. New York Post, full-on sensationalist. John Mulaney has that bit about everyone is either a creep or a hero, or unless they're a dead kid, in which they're an angel, and alive kids are called tots. Creeps, heroes, angels, and tots. And like, let's just sort of. Just when you look, I've chosen the headline fonts purposefully, not just to visually differentiate, but like, and what their headlines covering the same thing. Bugbear, an outdated GU military uniform spotted in important districts. Bugbear, and then like, when you read it, it's all prominent high-end districts. The Herald is like bugbear sightings in No Riv, which is like Soho, WeHo for north of the river neighborhoods. And then the Crier, bugbear terrorizes the north side. Like, so a little bit of background on that. In pre-union days, bugbear are still the fucking boogeyman. They are scary as shit to everyone. When the elves used to use them, they were full on. They were like if SS troopers and Chucky had a fucking baby. They were used to terrorize and intimidate anybody who had any sort of rebellion. They were turned loose without any restraint. These are legacy edition bugbears who can, even though they are medium-sized, can squeeze into small-sized places. So if you thought you were a gnome or a halfling or a dwarf, and well, dwarves are medium, but a gnome or a halfling or a goblin, and you were going to hide underground or in small places, oh no, bugbears could get you there. They also have they don't have the 5-foot reach like everyone else. They have long forearms and they have a 10-foot reach. So they're also shit hard to fight. About 33% of the humans stayed loyalist to the elves, and like a full 50% of the bugbears stayed loyalist when the rebellion came. They are the only species, they are the only sentient race who are not allowed in Haven City because they cause so much terror. They are still used as the boogeyman in stories with kids these days. They are the only species required to do military service, which is kind of so that they can be overseen and controlled. They are still quite lethal. There's a lot of talk, if you have know anybody in basically in the defense industry, about how like they're sort of the backbone of what you would consider special forces. So
the compulsory military service is interesting.
Right? It's like, well, why would you make the scariest people the most well-trained as a group? But it really is about like,
they need to be trained.
Yes, because they need to be trained, they need to be controlled. So a sighting of one, like when you talk to your friends and neighbors about it, a lot of people are like, it's somebody fucking around in a costume. There's a lot of like, it's in High Song, which is the home to 2 Bardic colleges, and people are like, it's performance art, it's not real. Other people are genuinely terrified. Okay,
just one last thing about the bugbears. So they're pit bulls. You want them trained.
Do you know what? I would almost say that they're like if you took. Do you know anything about the dog breed Belgian Malinois?
Never heard of it.
Okay, so they look like a more tawny German Shepherd, but they're faster, more agile, a little tougher. They're like if you took German Shepherds, took away the hip problems and added parkour. They are.
Wow.
Yeah, they are.
It's the greatest thing I think I've ever heard.
We're going to take away your congenital hip dysplasia and add parkour. They're like if you took a Belgian Malinois and then packed on a pit bull's muscle mass and reputation. Yeah. Very good. The way you describe the Geldar Union as Taiwan versus the Empire's Red China, like Very good. Hit the nail on the head.
But yeah,
I'm now.
I need those things. Like, that's in my notes. I just had in quotations, "We are Taiwan," and I went, "What?" Oh, got it. And then like
Yeah.
just brought it all back. Oh, because the elves, and then the thing, and no wizards, and that's why I'm a warlock. Like, that was my key phrase to remember this game.
Got it. Yeah, now I want to send you guys like Belgian Malinois stuff from social media so you could see like, no, he was accurate. You take a dog, pull the hip problems away, and add parkour. That's this fucking dog.
At least send me the spelling, because I'm never going to remember what the fuck you just said.
Okay.
Question.
The thing that seems to be, and you can tell that it's when you guys come in, so that's the sort of bugbear sightings running around town. Again, Southside racial friction grows in Cheapside and Middle Bottoms, threaten local economy. Like that's how it's viewed by that paper. So racial tensions increase in Inferno Alley, an abduction response to abductions. So here we are going to, just as a piece of knowing the city you live in. So there are three. This is Cheapside. There are three distinct districts called the Upper Bottoms, the Middle Bottoms, and the Lower Bottoms. They are not great. This is Inferno Alley. It is not an official district. It is a neighborhood within the Middle Bottoms. It is also known as Tiefling Town. So I'll go ahead and read that.
Got it.
Yeah, Hell's Kitchen plus the Castro, basically.
So gay tieflings?
To some degree. So technically part of the Middle Bottoms, the south of the river neighborhood has become a safe place for the Tiefling community. Inferno Alley is not exclusively Tiefling. In fact, they make up barely 50% of the area, but that is a huge difference to the rest of the city. Much of the real estate, many of the businesses are Tiefling owned. They are known for their restaurants, nightlife, and sex work. But this is not all to the alley. And while the Middle Bottoms is known for poverty, litter, and social ills, the denizens of Inferno Alley engage in a daily struggle to keep their small corner of the city for them and theirs. There are not hard lines since this is not an official district, but these are the recognized boundaries. As you leave these lines, the Tiefling population thins out slowly. Something like 35% of Haven City's Tiefling population lives within a 20-minute walk of the alley. So there's been some kidnapping. There's been abductions here of like high profile, for the area, well-known performers. And that area already does not welcome its police presence. You know, there are a couple of other inspectors who are already on that case. Moving back to here, and the crier is like, just look at what's in bold. Wake up, Haven City. The sending is coming from inside the house. And it was originally the call is coming from inside the house. And I'm like, that doesn't necessarily make sense. But sending is a spell that people know. So this is like, oh, these poor people are wrecking their neighborhood and the local economy. It is patronized a lot by vanilla people from out in the burbs, a lot of humans. And now the local non-human population is at odds with the human population, and they're ruining their own economy. That's how the chronicler is sort of responding to it. Haven Herald is like, the inspectors are on it. You know, this is a culturally distinct area, blah, 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 blah. The HC Crier is like, well, this is definitely racially motivated. Like the Crier comes out of the gate with, this is a problem. So, and that brings us to when you come in and you get your combined case file, the reason you're being given, so like you might even ask, hey, how come one of the people who's already investigating one of these, because right now they are 3 cases, but it's being combined into one case for you guys. And basically the lieutenant goes, we think this might be one person.
Okay, so I need...
And hold your question, please. And if one of you, before one of you can ask the lieutenant, like, why aren't one of the existing investigators just taking all because they got to do the initial on at least one of these? The answer is, well, we need to move them to south of the river because the middle and upper bottoms need more inspector and police presence. And all those other inspectors are not human, and you're human, and we're not moving you into that. That is a racially charged situation. So we're just keeping you two out of that as an all-human team. Now go ahead, that you have a mouthful of
That is
chicken.
better than the answer I was expecting, which was, "Oh, they died."
Oh, they died? No, not at all. No, if an inspector was killed,
Something
that
hates them. We'd like you to take over the investigation. I retired. Bye.
you're like, I object. Overruled. I strenuously object. Oh, well, you strenuously object. Okay.
Veto.
Yeah. That was fucking hilarious, by the way.
Well,
what you're being.
Okay, I was about to really go on a tangent. Please.
No. The lieutenant goes, we think these cases are related. That's why it's being combined into one. And the answer you're given makes sense in the context of what's happening in the city right now.
Drop these notes into my character notes.
So, Atomic, did you start to say something?
We're good.
Okay. So here is the bodies have all been found, in these two districts, which are new since you guys last played, Victoria and Hoxton. Victoria, think very upscale Moulin Rouge or Moulin Rouge. So I'll go ahead and read it real quick. Victoria is considered to the sister district to Twin Keep. So just coming back here, this whole area, let's say.
Which one's Victoria?
Right here.
Okay. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the river.
Yep. You're all going to be north of the river right now. So all the big artificer industry happens in this area right here, right? It's dominated by three big companies, but Twin Keep is sort of the like rogue avant-garde, small but very advanced firms, right? It's considered like the bohemian area of, I call it Artificer Valley. It's basically Silicon Valley. So Victoria is considered the sister district to Twin Keep. And it should say an avant-garde, upscale, and hip district of taverns, bars, tea and coffee houses, playhouses, cabarets, art houses, and very high-end, very discreet brothels. Again, licensed sex work is legal in Haven City. No bailiffs. Remember, the bailiffs are the small, like district-only law enforcement. But lots of small, private, and venue security people. So you've got all these high-end entertainment places that all have their own security staffs. And of course, there is a constable precinct in every district. The clientele population of the Victoria district is a confluence of the surrounding areas. They are a mix of high-end artificer execs, cutting-edge researchers, and workers, middle and upper class guild leaders, and Haven City municipal workers. As much as it is a no-riv hotspot and playground, it is also an intermingling and mixing bowl for many people in the surrounding areas. Hoxton is its cheaper sister. Hoxton is considered the mid to down market, less avant, so it's a little more staid neighbor / sister district to Victoria. Like Victoria, Hoxton is a district of taverns, bars, tea and coffee houses, playhouses, cabaret, art houses, and discreet brothels, all mid-scale to reasonably priced. Like Victoria, lots of small private / venue security people, but no bailiffs. The clientele population of Hoxton district is a less affluent version of the clientele of Victorian. This is by no means poor. The low end is middle class here. It's middle and upper middle as opposed to upper middle and wealthy in Victoria.
Gotcha.
Yep. The Whitmore district is right above it. It's a residential area. As you look through some of the cases, you'll see some of your Vics lived in Whitmore. Some of them lived in Clerkenwells. A lot of their work is in and around there, and in the Guildwood and Bankersboro is where
So
they.
Hoxton's Brooklyn. It's coming up.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not what it used to be.
and I guess
Right.
Victoria is like Manhattan.
I'm reminded of an old Doonesbury comic from like the 80s where this 90-year-old white woman is talking to a young black kid. And, oh, where are you from? Harlem. Oh, is it still wonderful down there? It's changed a bit since Prohibition.
So just as a like taking you through the deets on one of your, so this is your first Vic, Baraka Durant, human, age 24, who's an attorney, lived in the Whitmore district, worked for, assuming a law firm called Wextrock and Belfie Esquire in the Shoreditch district, which these are all connecting to each other. The date of the incident was New Year's Eve. He was found in the Hoxton district in an alley, partially covered in snow. It has been snowing and raining, by the way. It is cold. It is winter in London, with all that entails. Appears to have been found within 24 hours of death. Local witnesses placed the victim in 2 establishments over the course of the evening, one called the Steady Stag, one called the Honeybee. The victim suffered multiple stab wounds. Wounds appear to be from 2 different blades, a dagger, and possibly a rapier. The artificer examiner, which is the medical examiner, not artificer, the alchemist examiner, estimates mild intoxication.
Oh, hold on. I gotta go help Miley at the door.
Okay, doke. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while he does that.
Sound good.
I can see that. Too manly to have pink. Oh, I know. Oh, good. I'll be back in 5.
Did he say back in 5? Hi, Miley.
Hey guys,
How you doing?
I came to play. I rolled the dungeon.
You rolled the dungeon?
I don't know how to play.
Okay.
Are you guys having fun?
We're just getting
getting
started.
going.
We were playing with robots earlier. That was actually pretty fun.
Naturally. Actual robots?
Well, Chat GPT.
I work with robots. My
Yes,
job.
we were playing with virtual robots, not physical robots.
Oh, okay. There is a screen next to me with a lot of notes, I assume, for characters.
I assume you are correct.
Probably.
I'm just keeping you guys company until he returns.
Is he handwriting any notes? Are there handwritten notes on the desk?
No, it is a huge Google Doc.
Ah, okay.
There is no handwritten note in front of him. He could be taking notes on the phone.
How is your show going? I don't think he has, based on what I've seen.
We opened last night and that went really well.
Uh-huh.
I'm going back to the theater. So Costa Mesa
You're
Playhouse.
assistant directing?
Yeah.
And the last time I asked Joe, I'm like, what does that mean in a play? And he goes, Miley doesn't even know. Do you know what your job as assistant director is?
I just do a bunch of things. I brought donuts last week. I'm just kind of miscellaneous help, second set of eyes, help the director, make sure everything is good.
Is this like a friend of yours who just wanted to hang out with you, so made you the AD?
It is a girl I worked with back when we did theater at Hunger, Katie Chid. And she wrote me and she was like, I need an assistant director. And I said, okay. And that was that. And it's a really funny play and you should see it.
Atomic has more of a chance of that happening than I do, I'm sure.
I'm sure, but you should see it. You should see it. You should all see it.
Okay.
I don't know, if you'd asked me 2 days ago, I would have been like, no.
Oh, good. Things came together.
Before the show was open, I'm just like, no, we're not there. And then last night we were there. All right. I see.
Browbeating my friends.
I'm
What
not
did you say?
browbeating your friends. They
Yeah,
asked
she didn't
me
tell us.
about the play on their own.
Okay.
She didn't tell us
I'm
our
pretty
show.
sure
wasn't
Lauren Fidel now, right?
Yeah,
Formerly
but
Christian. I'm pretty sure she was sitting behind me at Mean Girls on Wednesday.
she was at Mean Girls on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think it was her sitting behind me.
That's amazing. You didn't say hi.
Like how far behind you?
Like a row and to the far right of me.
I'll let her know. I'll have an update before the end of your game.
Fair enough. Like I thought it was her, and I was like, I think that's Lauren. But I was with my mom, and we watched the show and didn't stick around. So
I get it. Sometimes I'm just like, that looks like someone I know. Okay, bye. I got
Basically.
burned once because I saw someone I thought I knew at Disneyland, and I was like, I don't feel like being social. I'm here alone. I'm just gonna wander. And then I later found out he went to Club 33 that day, and I'm like, maybe I could have gotten into Club 33 that day.
Son of a bitch.
That's what I
That's
get
weird.
for being not social. Are you leaving again?
Since you're sitting there, I'm
I was gonna give you back your check. He's doing dishes.
Boy,
You have been replaced with chores, guys.
this is why I do
Wow.
my sessions in person. He can't wander off and do dishes in the middle of my sessions.
it? You know what, Atomic? I think you might have just won me back over to full tabletop instead of virtual.
Right?
Now I just got to find a job in SoCal.
There you go.
That'd be awesome.
Well,
I'm
I got a
okay
game
with
you can play in. We're only 7 players. We can always put an 8th.
That's your Sunday game?
My Sunday game. Although,
Are
let's be honest, we are somewhere between 4 and 6 players. Very rarely are we 7 players.
I don't think I've
rarely
ever
are
heard
all
of you
seven
having
of
all
them.
your players.
What's that?
I don't think I've ever heard of you having all your players.
It's happened twice, I think.
I just heard once from the other room.
I think it's been twice, but it might only have been once.
I mean, that's
Do you play every Sunday, Atomic? Or just
Supposed to be every other Sunday, but like our schedule kind of got screwed up, so we played 2 weeks in a row and then had 2 weeks off.
when's your next one? Is it this coming Sunday?
Yeah, next Sunday, the 26th, should be the next game.
Are you playing on Sunday? You. Apparently, you'll have one of your players.
Let's like halfway through the week, I'll send out the who's playing and then determine whether we have a game or not, based on whether at least whether I have 4 players or not.
Like if it's less than 4.
As long as I have 4 players, I'm good.
All right. Are you ready to hang out with your friends?
I just had a brilliant idea.
Uh-oh.
Well, guys, I think I am going to depart so you can play some. Is it actually D&D or some? So you can play Dungeons and Dragons.
Bye, Miley.
this is Dungeons and Dragons SVU edition.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the sound of us beating on people's heads.
Okay,
And I can put my.
I'm gonna leave in like half an hour
Oh, okay.
because I have to go help de-rain the theater.
It's a really fucking funny show. Which you wouldn't think since it's Sense and Sensibility. But
Yeah, I don't know.
you've never seen it
Jane Austen
directed by
hilarious.
you've never seen it directed by somebody from Hunger Artist.
And good for Katie, but
Now, Atomic, this was long before I met you, but Josh, do you remember when I ran my Monster Squad games?
Wolfman's got nards.
Remind me. I bet I do, and I just need my memory jogged a little.
This was like early 90s.
Was I in Bakersfield though?
Yeah. This was either Sullivan or one of the offshoots or something. But I had everybody who was in our gaming group, which was like a dozen people back then, make a character for what I called the Monster Squad. And it was, they had to have, it must have been Newland because it was like you have to have a sanity score of X amount and be this strong. And it was just the Kingdom's group of guys who fight monsters. And I told them, everybody make a character, and just when there's a certain of us hanging out with not, and like, oh, but you're not in this game, but he is. I'm just like, I'll just throw a monster at you guys. And there was like no overarching plot. It was just, all right, who's on duty? You, and you. All right, go kill that monster. It was just dumb combat. I want to do that again.
So let me ask you a question. Do you want to run that or do you want to play in that?
I want us to take turns.
So I might be running a Splinter game. So in Becky and Anthony's case, I think I told you about this, but they discovered these forgotten, I'm telling Atomic, they discovered these forgotten canal systems that when Haven City used to be under the thumb of the elves, that the enslaved peoples would use to run their black market and stuff. And now the Haven City Sanitation Department has to run a special unit of Gloomstalker Rangers called the Underground Vermin Suppression Unit. Joe and Anthony and Rebecca ended up fighting sewer gators and a giant octopus tentacle while trying to investigate, accompanied by these half-orc Brooklyn sanitation worker Gloomstalker Rangers. And Anthony goes, I think if Merle gets fired from being a cop, he's definitely becoming a USVU Ranger. And I was just like, I would love to run just creature of the week, underground.
Oh my God.
Monster fighting.
But I'm talking like everybody make a character, like, and I mean everybody. We'll get Stu back in. Invite
Is
Joe
he still not-
Mays.
Is he still not talking to you?
I haven't talked to him since.
Was he pissed about everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very.
He kind of
But
got
this would
well,
be-
Beginning.
This would
I was
be a
gonna
great
say-
olive branch.
Olive branch. Is it fair to say he sort of got one-shotted by Fang?
No, that's Stu.
That's what I'm saying. Is it fair to say that Edrix got one-shotted by Fang?
You got one rounded by Fang.
Okay.
But
And that was Stu.
Jed-
That was Edrix's
Jed
whole.
did most of the work.
Oh yeah, there you go. But his whole raison d'etre was to fuck Fang up, and he just got taken the fuck out. So
Yeah.
I could see how that
Fang
would
is
be an ego problem.
ridiculously OP. Like, I don't think any of us would have a shot against Fang.
You would not.
Not one on one.
That is why he's back on a solo adventure.
Yeah, even as a group, I don't feel like we could take Fang.
That has occurred to me.
Yeah, but I mean, like, isn't Fang in the high teens on combined level?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, mid-teens.
Yeah.
And I make no apologies from it. He started at first level.
Oh, I have no doubt.
yeah, I don't.
I know
I don't
you guys are
think you should
constantly
make any
playing.
apologies for it. I don't think you should make any apologies for it. I
Yeah,
just think
well-
like when somebody gets to a certain level, if you're not within a level or two of them, it's bad times for you, man. Like I don't know why.
don't. He's on his solo quest to go to the Great Northern Wilderness. He met his first wolfen, who was part of a Wendigo raiding party. And it was a pack of 12, one elder, and a bunch of scouts on their rite of passage. And he ran across the scout, and the scout thought he was hot shit and took on Fang.
He's got a peg
Fang
leg
was-
anyway. I bet he ain't shit.
Fang was nice enough to lay on hands on him after the fight and put his kneecap back on the front of his leg. And tied him up, threw him over his own horse, and just led him to the rest of the pack. Hey, I think I found something of yours.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a fun.
It was Fang versus a third level fighter. And the pack leader was a 12th level barbarian. And Fang went, all right, how about I take on you? And the guy was just like, sure, I'll teach my cubs a lesson, because he considered Fang a lost cub.
Yeah, well, he's
But
got a peg leg too, so it's like, oh, how bad could you be, right?
And an eye patch.
Yeah. That cat
Then
is
they
adorable,
rode-
by the way.
Then
I
they
got a
rode
seat
about a
checked.
quarter of a mile together to get to where they were going to fight. And they had a short conversation, after which the elder was like, oh, I've made a huge mistake. And he was like, and when he got there, he started taking his armor off, the elder. And Fang went, no, we're fighting with armor and weapons. And the guy was like, you're going to kill me if we do that. And he was just like, maybe. And the elder was just like, okay, this is how I die. And just like strapped on all his weapons and everything. And just okay, hey, let's do this. I think they went 3 rounds.
Oh, that's better than I thought he would get.
He got initiative and natural 20 on the first hit. So like slashed across Fang's nose with the tomahawk, and then did a combo, and nothing landed after that. 3 rounds of him going, take, shield, armor, shield, armor, shield, armor. Just fuck. And Fang shield and that fucking staff of his, which he didn't ignite, so he didn't use the sun blade that's on it, just pokes the guy to death. The end of the fight was a triple combo where he went, break your left arm, break your right leg, echo, the other me breaks your other leg.
Jesus.
The guy went down and he goes, lay of hands. Here, let me fix that arm. Let me fix this leg. Let me fix this leg. You're now going to teach me the ways of the wolf and be my guide. And the guy's like, deal.
Sure thing, boss. Yeah. Okay.
And then I had to leave to go see Miley's play. So that is where I left him.
All right. I'm going to let you walk through the rest of the combined case file, and you let me know if you have any questions. We're starting out on the morning of the 6th at, you're at one CC, one constable command.
Okay.
What are the coroners called?
Alchemist examiners. They're the AEs or the alchemists.
Now, have these guys have all been examined already by the alchemists?
Yeah. Yes. The
I'm assuming
dwarf,
this is their report.
This is sort of the summary of it's a summary of mostly the other inspectors' reports. That you do get a note, since you asked, you do get a note that
right here. Sorry. AE estimates. Okay, so we have everything.
He estimates, but there is a note that's not in the report that one of the alchemists is still they haven't released the dwarf's body because they can't all agree on what caused the blunt force trauma.
Okay.
So they're keeping it they're still working on that one. The stab wounds in the others suffered, as you can see, victim suffered stab wound and some sort of head trauma. And that actually, apparently what you find out is they thought they had the blunt force trauma figured out. Then the next victim came in, and then everybody's saying like, oh, these cases might be connected. And then the head trauma on the goblin, the third Vic, Gim ranks. So I'm sharing. I'm not sure which one you're looking at, but even if you're just looking at your own, it's this part. Victim suffered some sort of head trauma, a stab wound and head trauma evident by severe nosebleed, but the nose is not broken. And the AE is still investigating.
Oh, that's not happy.
Right. So that's also a detail that you note is not in any of the public reports anywhere. Like no one's talking. The newspapers have no hint on the cause of death.
Would this be something that's like force damage, not bludgeoning damage?
That's what this looks like. Hold on.
Okay.
This looks like it could be blunt force trauma here in the dwarf, in Gilther. Like when I'm gonna assume you guys go down and talk to the examiners who are sort of like trying to figure this out.
We have to, yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking to one of the well, hold on. 1, 2. Let me just fucking 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's who I was gonna say anyway. There's a tiefling alchemist examiner named Caution, and she says, well, we thought we had it just sort of run of the mill blunt force trauma, but like, and then she pulls the slab out and she pulls back the the blanket, I guess you would call it, the shroud or whatever, and you can see on it. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to keep note of your passives and then sort of go on descriptions on that. At any time, you can ask for investigations, perceptions, that sort of thing.
Okay.
But I'm going to sort of run on your passives, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
But you can always ask. So what you both notice is it definitely looks like blunt force trauma, but you've both seen like getting hit with a heavy club or a staff or even a mace, and this doesn't quite look like that. And you are proficient with that. Joe, and this actually makes sense that it's you who figures this out without having to roll. And Atomic, if you want to roll Arcana, you can. It's just a DC 7. But you're looking at that and you're like, that could very easily. Did you get a 1?
I got a natural 1, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see a little. There you go. So you don't notice this at all. Joe, it makes sense that you're the one who has it. First off, you're proficient in Arcana, which is why you don't have to roll. But the second thing is you, because of your class, you're like, you know what? If I were wearing a winter coat, a heavy winter coat, and I were bundled up, and I got hit with an Eldritch Blast, it might look like this.
Which one in particular?
The dwarf, the Gilther Benarson, the second victim.
And
you can tell that.
Okay, I need to ask a world question.
Go ahead.
In your interpretation, is Eldritch Blast generic? Like every warlock, no matter who their patron is, Eldritch Blast looks and feels the same?
No, it is mostly dependent upon patron type, and then after you're about 5th level, you can start to customize it. But it's always going to be rooted in your patron type. But the damage type is always the same. It's always force damage.
Okay. Where was he hit with it?
He was hit here, off center chest, and just under the rib cage in the abdomen.
I want to look at the blast site and see if there's any particular smell or residue or pattern left behind, like little lightning bolts or
good call. Roll me an Arcana. Okay. Roll with advantage because your partner's with you. And the examiner.
I got too many pages open. Arcana with advantage. You know, I have dice. 13. That's mediocre.
That is mediocre.
A success.
You are correct.
A mediocre one.
Yeah. What are you? I'm going to ask you to be a little more specific with a 13 on your question.
Okay. Well, is there any smell? I mean, it's been a week, so there's probably nothing.
It's been 3 days. This body was found on the 3rd, so ostensibly killed on the 2nd, the evening of the 2nd. So you're about 4 days out. No, there's not a smell. There's not a discernible smell. And
it's Gilther?
Yeah.
Oh, so I thought it was the other one.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I want my notes to be accurate, though.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So looking for a blast for like, I'm picturing like, have you ever seen when wood gets hit by lightning sometimes, or an electrical circuit, it will leave patterns? That's the kind of thing I'm imagining Eldritch Blast does. I may be pulling that out of nowhere, but you asked me to be more specific. Like, what kind of wound does just force leave? Just like he got punched really hard?
To an unexamined eye, it probably does look like that. On the 13, what I'm going to tell you is that it definitely looks like some sort of magical attack to you. Okay. And what you could narrow it down to is like Eldritch Blast. I think off the top of your head, you're not like, I can't think of a lot of other spells that do force damage unless you have one, but I don't think you do.
Also, I'm a warlock and my brain just goes to Eldritch Blast.
Right. And you're fully on that. You've seen your own, you're a warlock of the genie, right?
Right.
On the 13, what I'm going to tell you is that here's what you know it isn't. It is not, if it is an Eldritch Blast, it's not a warlock of the genie and it's not a warlock of the fae.
Okay.
Which it's not something I use often, but like Guiding Bolt is also a force spell, right?
Ooh, yeah.
Or Magic Missile. Things like that.
And see, that feels like, yeah. No, sorry. I didn't mean to step on your lines.
No, I'm just wondering if it falls more into that realm. Like, is it more of a... It definitely feels like it's some sort of magic, though, right? We're assuming it's not... It wasn't caused by blunt force trauma. It's not somebody got hit with a bat.
Caution goes, well, that's interesting. We were arguing about that in the office until your third Vic came in. And then she goes to one of the other cabinets and pulls out that one and pulls that shroud back. And this one is the goblin. This is the most recent Vic from last night. This is Gim Ranks. And she said, and you can see where they've cleaned somewhat the face, but you can see like crust of dried blood in the nose. And I'm going to just highlight this. Some sort of head trauma, nosebleed, however not broken. And I'm going to highlight that in a bright pink because that's obnoxious and easy to see. Or hard to look at, depending on how you think about it. And she goes...
hard to ignore.
There you go. Go ahead, Steve.
And the stab wound would be on par with the first Vic, right?
She goes...
Or one of the wounds from the first Vic.
She goes, we've got two different kinds of stab wounds across the three. The second one, the dwarf, doesn't have any stab wounds, I believe.
The first one had a rapier wound, or what appeared to be a rapier wound, and a dagger.
Yeah, it was a longer, thin blade, and then it had a shorter, wider blade. It looks like dagger. Looks like dagger and rapier on the first one. Okay. The second one, she's like, this one, you can see here, and she points to a wound in the chest, and she goes, and she rolls him, her being a tiefling and this being a goblin, she doesn't need any help with it. She rolls him, and you can see, she goes, what it looks like is similar to the stab on your first victim, but this is from down. Like it starts up here in his shoulder and it exits down here just under his rib cage. He was stabbed from a height is what this looks like.
Sure.
Long, thin blade. Those two seem connected. So your first and your third Vic seem connected. It was this third one that is got us feeling like these might be connected. She goes, I don't know what did this. And she rolls him back. She's pointing at his face. But he has
We're just getting started, actually. Okay. We've been bullshitting.
When I get home, whatever that is, will you put your headphones on so we can watch?
Yeah, no problem.
In the meantime, have fun. I got you a kitty.
Thank you. Thank you,
boys.
Thank you, Kitty.
Have fun.
They're idiots and are waving.
She says, but this I don't know what makes you bleed this profusely. She's like, you should have seen this, Vic, when they brought him in. He's covered. There was a major hemorrhage in the brain. We haven't opened it up yet, but I don't know what does that with. And she's like, you can see the skull. There's no blunt force to the skull. The nose isn't broken. If that's not magic, I don't know what it is.
Some sort of psychic damage.
She's like, looks like, right?
I'm looking at the dwarf. That makes me turn around. What? Psychic damage.
Something that caused his brain to melt.
Bust.
So we have a
I pull out
medium-sized
my
creature.
I pull out my book of shadows. Hey,
Okay.
what? Because I carry it around with me.
Like you do. So, Atomic, you were saying we've got
a medium or larger person, so he's not a small creature, small humanoid. Based on the stab wound going down toward the goblin, we'd assume that he is at least 5 something.
right.
Imagine.
I would like to research psychic spells that do psychic damage. Would you allow me to just look in D&D Beyond?
I'm gonna say that warrants a trip to another floor with some reference material.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I was really hoping you'd let my book of shadows do shit like that.
Remind me what the Book of Shadows is, because you're
my pact is Pact of the Tome.
that's the one I'm least familiar with.
And so my genie gave me a magical grimoire, which taught me spells. And even if I lose it, I can perform a 1-hour ritual and get a replacement.
Okay.
So he carries it
I'm
literally everywhere.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm gonna say. I like that. I like what you're doing here. Let me look at Cornelius real quick.
Great.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. You can look in your grimoire, but because you don't have any spells that do psychic damage, nothing in your Book of Shadows is in there. So that means you need to do independent research, which
do any of my spells do psychic damage?
not that I see. You've got a lot of thunder, a lot of movement and control.
I got
You are thematically concise.
It's my gin is of air, so you know.
Yep. Nope. Fully makes all the sense in the world.
Oh well. Shit. This doesn't help me.
If either or both of you want to go upstairs and just do a little research in either the reference library here in headquarters, or you can head out to, you can schlep all the way to the Library of Geldar, which is like the Library of Congress, and it will definitely be there. But there are also like smaller local district libraries if you wanted to try that. But whatever you do, I am going to, as a DM, I'm going to tell you, you feel free to get into D&D Beyond and go search spells and go psychic damage. Like
that is what I was asking.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, yes, the mechanically, yes, you can do that. Role play wise, it's going to take you a little while to get through all those things.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't have anything that's psychic. I'm very necromancy based, so.
Well, I could wake him up and ask him stuff. Or can you speak to
not
the dead
yet.
there? Okay.
Not yet.
So I'm picturing us in the morgue, standing over dead bodies and me going, well, are you going to question him or what?
Caution raises an eyebrow. Caution raises an eyebrow looking at you two like, what?
I believe that is a what, a fourth level, fifth level spell?
Okay, we haven't played in a while. Am I aware you're a necromancer?
I'm not a necromancer.
He's not a necromancer. He's
I'm
a
a cleric.
cleric.
Oh, okay.
And you are aware.
Okay. Sorry. That's right.
No.
Necromancer is a wizard class. And we
Well-
don't do that here.
That is
tend
accurate.
to favor. I tend to favor some spells that do necromantic damage, but I'm a cleric.
Okay.
He is a.
Like,
he is
Oh, can you talk to your guy and question him?
Well, you also know that's not something I can do because I would done it if I could.
Yeah, but I keep asking.
Ask me another level.
Ask me when we
You-
finish
you
this case.
question the victim. He's dead. Don't you do that yet?
Don't you? You can question him. I'll stand here and let you.
That's not my thing.
It's not mine either, apparently.
Disappointing.
Okay, so you're
Spell
researching
names,
that.
spell levels, spell tags. No.
There's got to be a way to do that in D&D Beyond, though, right?
What's that? Search by like psychic damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, search by damage type.
Oh, yeah.
Attack type? No, damage type.
Ionic.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's in the advanced filters. And for, I was going to say, and for some reason, Chaos Bolt
Damage
comes up,
type. There it is. Thank you.
but his Chaos Bolt does lots of stuff.
It's true. Adrex said Chaos Bolt. Never used it. Used it like twice. And that's a first level spell, but that doesn't feel right.
What, Chaos Bolt?
Yeah. It's a first level spell, but it at higher levels. Okay, so it does rank up.
You can also put, if you click on the level header, you can put them in level order.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're looking at something like Shadow Blade, or probably like Phantasmal Force, Mind Spike, things like that. Although even Phantasmal Force is probably unlikely. It's probably something like Mind Spike.
I
Isn't it
have a
Whispers?
question about Gilther, the dwarf. Was they found him on a bench?
Hmm.
Oh, yeah. When you go and like dig a little more on this, Gilther was staged. So he was found in a narrow. So in London, they call them mews, and it's when a stable ground gets converted into residential. So it's like imagine homes off of an alley-sized width of a street. So there's the bench leading into this mews, and it was a cold night with snow, and so they had to have either they were killed sitting on the bench or they were staged and like killed and then moved onto the bench so people would think they were just sitting there.
And his was the blunt force trauma.
Hmm.
Yep. So, and a resident goes, "Hey, buddy, you can't be here." They don't respond. They call the constables and go, "I think there's a dead guy on a bench." But all of them, so you can, they've all been said like, "Hey, we've seen them out at these places." All those places are bars, taverns, inns, whatever, you know, what kind of businesses are in Victoria and Hoxton. You have their places of employment to find out, but these are all, I mean, I'm going to tell you this, although maybe I should have included it in the report, a banker, an attorney, an artificer, researcher, like they are found without any of their money, like their coin purses or whatever they were carrying money on them are gone. And two of them were still found wearing, like one was wearing a decorative bracelet and the other wearing a ring. Gilther is the one with the ring on his finger. So he was robbed, but not like
thoroughly.
Not thoroughly. Like this is like cut purse stuff as opposed to like a thorough run your jewels sort of thing.
Is there any connection between the employers that we know?
You would have to go talk to the employers. One is Nashtooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich is does.
So you just say that like it's a completely normal thing to say.
They are they don't do like, they're basically venture capital. Like, so that they might be involved in artificer industry. The attorney, that could be anything. They could be connected to anyone. The law firms.
Great. Venture capital.
Well, venture capital might be, it's probably the right connotation. I'm leaving it. It's not a bank or financial company where people go and keep their checking or savings, right? It's B2B. It's not B2C.
48's pretty young for a dwarf, right?
Yeah, it's the age equivalent of your 24-year-old first Vic.
Goblin was a little older.
Yeah.
So all relatively young.
Yep.
Where do we want to start? Do we go places of employment or clubs they were last
we
seen
should
in?
start with the oldest one for the the most dead first.
The first event. Yeah.
The most dead. I mean, they're all, death is an absolute state, Joe. They're all it's an equal.
Well,
you're either dead or you're not.
No,
it's
but
like a little pregnant.
come on, this guy's more dead than the others.
Well,
Right.
on to be contrarian a little bit, shouldn't we go with the most recently dead, because the likelihood of finding more information about him, well, it's still fresh if he was killed last night.
Yeah. Gim Ranks is like literally was killed last night. So that's the freshest trail you have.
All right. The drunk chicken.
But nobody remembers seeing him there, so let's.
Another one just thought he was dumped. Found behind a dumpster. Well, he's in the restaurant. Not report in the restaurant. Local witnesses.
Yeah, I don't know if asking the people in the restaurant is much, but we can definitely go and inspect the area.
And all of them do have a bullet point of like establishments that employees do remember seeing them at. So there has been some legwork done by the inspectors who started these cases before it all got shifted to you.
Right.
Do we have the equivalent of sketch artists?
Yeah, I've been sort of like trying to figure that out. Like, what do I want to do with that? And what I've decided is that right now, the inspector's office has is working with one of the three large artificer firms, Torglick Toolworks, and it's basically like you're calling it the auto artist. I was going to call it the auto bard, but that's not. But like you're calling it the auto artist, and basically it's like the size of an iPad, and you hold it like a foot from the Vic's face, and you activate it, and it does a line sketch, like not really color, but it does like a line sketch because fundamentally this game is based on a modern premise, and I have to find workarounds for things.
The workaround for that in the Discworld novels were they would have a box with a little lens in the front, and they'd hit a button, and the little demon that lived in there would do a painting real quick. But occasionally
Okay.
the back of the camera would open, little imp would hang out and go, I need more black.
And you
So-
more black.
I am almost out of green too.
Yeah. So we're going to say right now, these are just like black and white, basically. I'm going to say that things I've established in your game and the other game, this is a nation based on the opposition of slavery and indentured servitude. So we're not going to enslave imps into camera obscuras to do our police art. That's not what we're going to do.
Well, they're not enslaved. They're employed.
But is that
They
the
can
job they
open
would
the
have
back
chosen?
door and leave whenever they want.
Okay. Well, see, there's a reason to go with technology instead.
See, but with crime scene photography, you want an imp versus a fae, because a fae may eventually go, dude, I don't have the stomach for this anymore. Demon's like, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not full ass ripping off Discworld, although I do like the idea.
I'm gonna find me an artificer. See if I can get that man. Get a demon.
Why does that sound like the tagline for an SNL ad? Need somebody to watch your kids while you go to the store? Get a demon. Need somebody to draw dead bodies while you investigate murders? Get a demon. Need somebody to deep fry your turkey on Thanksgiving without blowing up the whole house? Get a demon. Yeah.
Don't get the wrong kind. You're supposed to eat the rats, not the children. You hired the
Spider-Man
exterminator,
counterspell,
not the
totally.
babysitter.
Anyway, where are you going first, and what are you doing? We're gonna say you have those 3 of those.
Sketches of the victims.
Yeah.
All right.
What?
So I said we started the drunk chicken.
Yeah, let's go check the drunk chicken. Also,
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Okay, you head to the drunk chicken. The drunk chicken is a 24-hour spot. Think of like if Fat Burger and El Pollo Loco had a baby that served beer. So it's a 24/7 spot. You can smell the fried chicken about 4 doors away. It smells fantastic. You go in, they have fried chicken, broiled chicken, baked chicken. They do it all kinds of ways. And they serve like, there's like 4 different kinds of chicken. There's 2 or 3 different kinds of side dishes. And then for beverages, beer. No water, no tea, no wine, just beer.
I like this place.
Yeah.
See
So
why
I'll
people
place an order.
go out of their way to come here.
Another quick question: Are we wearing our like Inspector tabards, or are we doing the badge on a chain thing? Okay,
Oh, I do like the badge on a chain. That's a cool look.
the iced tea thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You go in. They kind of look up, drunk chicken, and then somebody notices, like kind of like Stone Cold when you walk in a Stone Cold or a sushi place. It's like that. Somebody, like one of them, sort of clocks you and goes and says like, Jake, the inspectors are here again. And an older hobgoblin comes walking out of the back. He's smiling. He's clearly the manager. He's walking up to you, offering his hand like he's to shake it. And he goes,
Shake his hand.
I'll let Cornelius shake
Introduce
his hand.
ourselves.
nice to meet you, inspectors. We heard that we might be getting different inspectors. We're happy to have you here. Let me buy you lunch. You tell him what you want, and he puts in orders for you.
Sweet.
Hello.
Shut up.
You're probably not supposed to drink beer on duty, but as a team, you two aren't known for being rule sticklers. But that's
Cornelius, if you don't want to drink your beer, I'll drink it for you.
Okay. I was going to say, there you go. So
that was Lauren behind you at the theater. She wasn't sure if it was you either.
Fair enough.
I think the important thing here is nobody talk to anybody in case you're wrong, even if they might be your friends. He points you to a booth and says, right. And asks, so how can I help you guys?
I think we're more interested in. So I know we found a expired goblin in your dumpster. Do you know who it was that found him?
Yeah, one of my employees who's not here today, but I can call him in if you want, or I can send a runner to go get him if you want. We were just doing our opening trash run. Actually, check that. He doesn't correct. I need to correct. He doesn't. His story's not fishy. We were doing our closing trash run of the night. We finished up, got rid of all the things. We don't keep anything overnight, so we sent donations to the big Tyrion chapel. As a cleric, that means like the biggest, not chapel, cathedral. The biggest cathedral in Haven City is the Church of Tyr, which is the god of justice. So we sent that to the Tyrion.
I'm sorry, did you say Tyrion Chapel?
I said Tyrion Cathedral, I meant to say, but yeah. Like I could say Tyrish, but I like calling it Tyrion.
It might take some getting used to.
Okay. But it's the Cathedral of Tyr, which is a Forgotten Realms god, the god of justice. We sent it to the pantry, the Tyrion pantry at the cathedral, and we threw out all of our stuff. And then he found the body, and we called the local precinct, or we sent a runner to the local precinct. And yeah, none of us remember seeing that guy in, but it was, when everybody gets done at the bars after last call, they come here. And so we're really only closed for like 3 hours a night. We close an hour after last call, and then we open for breakfast 3 or 4 hours later. So, even if I could tell you that, and I can tell you, none of us remember him. We were super busy that night. It was a Saturday night. So,
Sure.
Wait, the bars close around here?
He looks at you and he goes, yeah, I know some places they don't, but the upstanding people feel like they're more civilized if they have a last call and they close and stuff.
Interesting. What's this about a bar closing? I'm not familiar with that concept.
He smiles. Your food comes. It smells amazing.
Sweet. Yeah.
Well, so I know you guys can't talk about it, but have you seen the thing in the crier about the cabaret killer? Do you think this really is these are related?
Unlikely.
Well, that's good to know.
I haven't read it yet. Let's read the story. Look there.
He said, the other inspector asked us about the Life and Mercy. That's kind of a pub and cabaret, but it's really more of like a super high-end drag show just around the corner from here.
Life and Mercy?
Yeah, it's in the case file, by the way, Joe.
Okay.
But feel free to write what you want to write. I would never tell a player not to take notes.
Um,
So, okay.
so he hadn't been in this restaurant that night.
Not
We don't
that we
really
can
understand.
remember, but I feel like, again, I just really want to make this clear to you guys, like I did to the other inspectors. He could have been, and we just don't remember.
Sure,
You're
absolutely.
pretty busy at that time of night.
Yeah.
Do I get any feeling that this guy's holding back anything, or
No. No. On your passive.
Yeah.
The feeling you get off of this guy is he's trying to cooperate as much as he can because he wants the name of his restaurant kept out of the newspapers.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense?
All right.
Being an all-night chicken and beer place in a really upscale neighborhood leaves him in a weird position. Like they clearly get busy, but you also get the place that, like, between the name and what they serve, this is where everybody goes when they're fucking hammered and everywhere else is closed. But nobody's like, we went to Fat Burger and had the best time. Nobody does that, right? Nobody brags about going to the Drunk Chicken. So, like, if they get a bad reputation, he's worried.
Yeah, you end up there. You don't go. There's like Denny's.
Right. It's an end up, and you look at the prices and you're like, well, I'm glad that he's buying lunch because you can afford it, but it's pricey here. And you're like, it's chicken. This is not that expensive, right? Right. So, like, he's making a lot of money here. He's making a lot of money here, filling a niche, and he's worried if the Drunk Chicken gets into the papers, like, business will dry up.
Mm-hmm.
But and how that's motivating him, it's to, like, I'm going to tell the cops everything. We're going to be good members of the community. That's the vibe you're getting off of him.
Sure, makes sense. Okay. I think I want to check out
my chicken. I'm going to eat my chicken, and then I say we go out back and check out the.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
The site.
Okay, so you eat your chicken. You go out back. He walks you through the kitchen, out to the back, and it's a dumpster, like one would imagine a dumpster. So it's in this. Basically, the back is like a T intersection. It's on the corner, a T intersection of two alleyways. One dead ends into the other, kind of like this. And Drunk Chicken is right on the corner. So really, they could have come from any of three directions. The Drunk Chicken's obviously right on the street. So the one heading to the west is like just the building length. The one heading east goes for probably 200 feet. And the one going south probably goes for about 120 feet or so. So from two directions, it's pretty well off the street. From one, the building's maybe 30 feet deep, so it's not hugely, but there's a couple of approaches where you could, like, you go out, you're like looking around, you're like, there's a few approaches here where nobody could see this, or unless they were looking for it, right?
Got it.
All right, look around. Where is it? Like, where exactly did they find him? Like,
it's like a big, I'm just gonna be full modern, it's like a big 2-lid dumpster, where they have the split tops. Sure. And he goes, yeah, it's the corner farthest from the door, if that makes any sense. So he's like, yeah, okay. We were just throwing the bags in and it's right there. They didn't even try to bury it or anything. They just chucked it on top and closed the lid.
All right. It's January 6th. Has it snowed since last night?
Yes, you've gotten a light dusting of snow.
So it's not like we're gonna find prints or anything. All right, I'm gonna do a cursory poke around. any way to see it. Maybe they dropped their address somewhere.
Okay,
Cutting cards.
roll me invest with advantage.
All right. My character sheet. Where does my character sheet go?
You can too if you want, Garrett.
All right. I apparently closed my character sheet.
Okay. I keep your guys' character sheets pinned in Chrome, so I don't accidentally do that.
Well, I have a few more player characters than you do.
Well, you don't need them all open right now.
I know. Sorry. Investigation. An advantage. 14. God. Rolling really mediocre. Rolling really mediocre today.
Okay, that's under your passive, so you have seen what you're going to see here.
Okay.
I will say, since you're being active, you can tell that people have been walking back and forth through here this morning. So any footprints you might have had last night have been. This crime scene is contaminated.
Okay.
And the snow's not helping.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't imagine. No, which way from here?
Garrett, are you going to roll an invest
Mercy.
with advantage?
Sure. I
What?
can do that. Just do an investigation check.
With advantage.
23.
That is a natural 20.
It is a natural 20. So my two rolls so far have been a natural 1 and a natural 20.
Okay.
You're all over the place.
Yep.
Fucking A. I'll take it.
Garrett, next to and like fallen slightly under the dumpster, you see a piece of metal glinting. And you bend down and you pick it up. And I have you in the different order than I normally have you guys. And what you have in your hand is some variation on a charm related to the just watch Joe laugh again, related to the Tyrian faith. Roll a flat religion check.
Okay.
You can tell it is not a standard
14.
14 is not going to give you any more information. It's got the symbol of Tyr, but it's not the only one. So you're like, you don't recognize it.
Wait, what did you find?
Some sort of charm emblem.
Where?
Like
I just looked.
The wheel of the dumpster was about to roll over it. He just looked a little closer than you.
Sorry if I pay attention.
I forgot how much you two bicker with each other, and I forgot how much I liked them.
We're partners. I wouldn't say we're friends yet.
Yeah. So
I said
maybe.
Potentially it could happen.
All right. So, what do we know so far? They're tall. Maybe they worship Tyr. Maybe they cast force spells, and maybe they cast psychic spells. And they got something against drunk people.
Well, I don't know if the person that attacked worships Tyr or if this was the goblins.
It's a good question.
So if this was
My
the
bad.
goblins, then maybe his worship of Tyr has something to do with why he
Does it smell like goblin?
You've got a thing about smelling stuff today,
Yeah, they all have a smell, right?
which is frankly weird.
I don't recall you being so racist.
I mean, is it a race thing? Oh yeah, you did. You just said it like a racist thing. So- I'm like, I
I
thought
can't be
maybe
racist. I'm black.
I thought we were maybe heading into a place where we were exploring some of Cornelius's more unusual kinks.
Black isn't a race. What are you talking about? You're human.
Cornelius got a sting kink.
You know why you say that? You ain't black.
No, I'm quite the opposite.
Yeah.
You are.
Tall. I am sheet white. I am the palest person you've ever seen.
He is nearly translucent.
Yeah, I am an albino.
You sure you're not one of those
Butterflies? No.
And actually, just because of my complexion, how do you know I'm not black? I'm still albino. I'm just a black albino.
Ganassi. I was going to say air Ganassi or water Ganassi. And the word left my head. And I was like, Asimir? No, those are the other.
Those are the angelic.
Those are the upper plane version of tiefling, basically.
Yeah. And I'm like, nope, word is gone.
No, you deleted that from your custom dictionary. I don't have that word anymore.
Took me a second. I got it back. Yeah, does my partner look totally human?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Aside from the coloring, yes.
I don't know. I have my suspicions.
Let me put it this way, because I'm not saying it every time, you have gotten used to how people react to seeing Garret who have never seen him before. People see him and go like, oh, okay.
It's a ghost.
Yeah, Guaylo ghost people for sure. Yeah, so the symbol of Tyr is balanced scales resting on a warhammer, and this is it's the warhammer, the balanced scales, and then behind it with the handle up here sort of going cross at a 45-degree angle, there's a dagger. So it's clearly
very
related.
busy symbol.
It's very what? It is
busy.
a very busy symbol.
All right. Which way from here is those two bars, the skunked strip and Life and Mercy? Like,
Smash. I just put pictures of Garret up for you if you want them.
I heard a beep. I assumed I heard something on Discord. I assumed it was Zach.
No, I was dumping pictures of
for real. I did the same thing. I'm like, oh, Zach's doing something on Discord.
That was me this time.
Yep.
Very pale. Very
very pale and purple eyes, which is also fucking unnerving the first time you see it. You're very used to it now, but the Life and Mercy is like a 10-minute walk from here. The skunk stripe is a little bit farther away.
Okay.
Well, I guess we
So
start.
they're not like around the corner.
The Life and Mercy is basically around the corner. The skunk stripe is like we're gonna get in the conveyance and drive it over there.
So we walk over and check out the Life and Mercy, find out what we can find out, see when about this guy was here,
right,
etc.
Thank the manager for his time.
Okay. He thanks you, shakes your hands, and bids you adieu. You walk down the street. This is like walking through. I feel like this is my day for if this and this had a baby, in terms of analogies. Like, think of a theater district mixed with Rodeo Drive. Like it is. This is a
upscale theater.
This is a very upscale area, right? And just keep that in mind. I'm not going to keep reiterating it, but so you walk down a few buildings, you pass some restaurants, and then you get to a theater marquee that you both can tell probably at night lights up with some basic artificer stuff. It's not terribly. It is terribly common, actually. It's like basic artificer stuff to have things light up. And it's called The Life and Mercy. It's huge script. There are posters that show what Joe and Atomic would see as really like skilled drag entertainers, drag queens and drag kings. When you go, it's lunchtime, so they're not exactly open, but you can see staff in there like working. And when you knock on the door, they see your uniform, they come in and open the door. It looks like sort of, how would I say it? Like tiered seating that is big enough for whole tables, almost like comedy club seating where it's not flat, but it's like tiered. And then there's a big stage, right? So it's clearly they do restaurant stuff, and then the stage is the focal point.
It's dinner theater.
Yeah, it's dinner theater, but way more fun because it's drag. You're asked if, can we get you some, it's cold out, can we get you some tea or coffee? We're going to go get Jenny, the manager. So you either take a beverage or you don't. And after a while,
I'm totally picturing the Galaxy Theater in Santa Ana where I used to work.
Oh, really?
Which is pretty much what you've described.
Then
it's an old dinner theater that held rock shows.
And wrestling.
Huh?
And wrestling.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, they used to have wrestling at the Galaxy.
They had a lot of weird things at the Galaxy. It's now called the Observatory.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know why.
Oh, because it used to be the Galaxy, so in renaming it when the new people bought it, they wanted to keep some sort of
theme
towards what it used to be.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why change the name at all. Is Galaxy just? Oh yeah, the Galaxy.
After a little while, the manager comes out. It's a middle-aged gnome woman. And for obvious reasons, she like gestures to a table because otherwise you are towering over her. Gnomes are itty bitty. And she says, "Hi, inspectors. My name's Jenny. I'm the owner operator here. I'm guessing you're following up on what happened to that poor goblin guy."
Correct.
So I'll tell you what I told the other inspectors. Mr. Ranks was actually maybe a once every 2 week regular here. So we were pretty familiar with him. He was a big tipper. He occasionally got a little handsy with the entertainers, but nothing that was ever really a problem. And I think everyone looked the other way because of the tips. He often had like, how do I say this? He didn't often have the same date twice. And sometimes he came in by himself.
Interesting.
Have a lot of regulars like him.
We've been in business now for just over a decade under my management, and I would say we have a pretty solid, like, we see how many did the Galaxy seat, Joe?
Probably standing like 100, maybe 200, but with like
Seated.
Dinner seating, probably 50 to 70.
Okay. This place looks a little bigger. That looks like it could seat 100. Let's say that. And it's got like sort of at the top level, it's got a fairly large bar. So there is a standing area at the bar if you don't want to like sit and have dinner. She goes, we probably do 100 covers a night for dinner show. And we could probably get another 50 people at our bar. I'd say we got a pretty solid following of like 40 or 50 patron who are on our like membership list who, you know, get like premier access and stuff. They don't come every week or anything like that, or even every night. And we've got, you know, we're in the middle of our, you know, aquarium themed show right now, and we'll probably run that until spring. So we'll have people who come maybe twice a month, and we consider anybody who comes like twice a month like that every other week one of our regulars. So we probably have like 40 or 50.
Okay. So the regulars would probably recognize each other.
Oh, I would think so. We don't do like special events for them or anything where they would have like socially interacted. But I think if you know, I'm sure you guys being cops know what it's like to go to a bar all the time. There are people you recognize, even if you don't talk to them, that you just see that person at the bar all the time, right? So
you can't think of any specific incidents involving Mr. Ranks that pops in your head? The altercation with any other clientele or employee or anything like that?
Actually, I wouldn't go so far as to say altercation. There have been a couple of the performers who have asked that when they interact with Mr. Ranks, or interacted, I guess now, that security keep a closer eye on them. And I would say that we never had to do anything more than just a hand on the shoulder. But, you know, when he gets, look, I'm sure it's already going to come up when your alchemists look at him, but he liked the stim powder. He liked Coke, along with, I'm just going to use regular drug names. He had a Coke habit, so he would get a few drinks in him, get a couple of bumps in him, and, you know, the gold would flow, but the hands would get everywhere. A couple of times we had to talk to him about how he spoke to the performers, and then, you know, we didn't usually have to talk to him more than once. Well, about particular things, right? It would. I'm sure being cops, you know what it's like dealing with people who are on coke. They forget things, and they just, yeah.
So your show was the aquarium show last night, you said?
Yeah.
Can we get a program?
Sure. She's like, you'll excuse me. And she gets down off the chair and like walks her little bitty legs over by the front door and gets you a
easier than getting a list of employees from other places.
Right. It does occur to you that you're not going to get the security staff listed on the program, but you will get all the performers.
Yeah.
That's 100% for sure. She comes back. It's like it's a piece of like heavyweight parchment paper that clearly, like you look at the admission prices and you're like, oh, that's why this is color printed with metallic edging folded. Like, this is an expensive program. And you look at their prices and like getting in the door here. So I think you guys, we talked about, you guys make 10 gold a week. You make 40 gold a month, which is a pretty good wage. Like, it would cost you a week's wages just to get in the door. That's not drinks or dinner.
Jesus. And all these performers were here last night?
They were. Nobody was sick.
All right. And
sensing your drift, and goes, and we have alibis for all of them. Like, nobody had left the theater.
Sure.
Last night.
Yeah. So who is working security?
Our security supervisor is, let me get over to the name generator. Our security supervisor is named Gorkley Frozen Club. I'll put these in the chat.
I love that.
That is a hobgoblin. Um, and then she lists off a couple of other, and I'll just put them in the chat.
Hobgob.
That I didn't mean to hit send when I hit send on that.
God damn it.
That shift
Oh,
drop.
Gorkley Frozen Club. Oh, I remember him. Wasn't he the lead singer of Gorkley Park?
Gorkley Park, yeah, totally. The band didn't last very long. He's a little sad about it.
Wasn't the revolutionary band of the 80s,
Excuse me.
as you claimed they were going to be on an audio tape, I believe I have somewhere.
You know what? Do you want to revisit all the dumb shit you said in your youth?
Yes, but you have no evidence.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but you have no memory, so I can make anything up.
That's fuck you.
They've got 3 hobgoblins and a dwarf as their security staff, with Frozen Club being the head of security. And pause for the cause. I will be right back.
No problem.
I would take the opportunity as well.
I guess I might as well.
Hey, Atomic.
What's that?
I thought of a. So that that charm that you found is like no bigger than a quarter, which is why it was hard for Cornelius to find. And now that you and I thought of another way that, especially as a clergyman, would think of it. Have you ever seen like Catholic saint medals that people carry around? That's what it reminds you of.
Okay. I'm just dumping a bunch of stuff into my world anvil right now, and it's
How's it?
pretty
Fairly
interesting.
smooth.
Yeah. So far so good. We'll have to see like when I've got everything in there, like how well it connects
All right,
things.
I'll be right back.
So I don't know,
Huh. Yeah.
but I'm interested in it at least.
Right. Preliminarily, at least,
Mhm.
it's going
I
well.
dumped it into Chat GPT too.
I'm sorry.
I dumped it into Chat GPT, a bunch of the stuff too, and it's like connecting things. So now hopefully I can use that information that it's connected to give me stuff. Let's see how it goes. I'm putting all the different continents in.
Sorry, I was laughing at like I looked at it on my watch. The Spider-Mans all counterspelling each other,
I thought that
and
was
then I just looked at it. I looked at it full size for the first time and made me giggle.
when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, that fully that's like that happens. That poor Joe, I did that to him last game we played. I nerfed him so bad, and as the only wizard, I felt bad for it, but like I didn't have a choice. Like he was like, I'm gonna drop my big spell, and I'm like, nah, no, you're not. Counter spell.
I mean, yeah.
What
That-
ended up happening though is because
Veto.
it kept happening, I had to burn my reactions or the bad guy's reactions to be able to counterspell Joe.
And
so,
now I have the amusing image of me going, fireball, them going, veto, veto, I veto your veto. I veto your veto, veto.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened like 2 or 3 times. I'd go to cast something and they're like, no. I go, no, back to you. And the second one goes, no again.
I say no once more. Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty much how it
I'll
happened.
say, stop again.
Pretty much how it happened. And I felt bad because I was nerfing you so bad, but it ended up biting me in the ass because they didn't have their reactions
Yeah.
when they needed them for other things.
So
So
I was
like,
like,
they couldn't
I look
shield.
like I didn't do anything in the fight.
Right. And I was gonna say, so like playing a caster up against a caster like that, you've got to use stuff that tempts them into burning their counter spells, and then have something else to come behind it. It's like honestly, when I saw counterspell was a spell on D&D, I'm like, oh, we can definitely tell we also write Magic the Gathering, because that is one of the most infuriating cards in Magic the Gathering.
Oh no.
What?
Miley went back to the theater. They're doing their matinee today.
Hmm.
So the actors requested you come to Sunday matinees.
Well, not today. You're not.
And I'm not tomorrow, next week either.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Picking back up, you. Oh, interesting. Because I have the case file open, like it's prompting. Meet is sort of like paying attention to what I have open and prompting me to share like other documents. That's just the case file. I I just clicked on it to see what was happening. So you got the name of the Life and Mercy's security staff.
Okay.
I also want to show them the images of the other 2 dead people, see if they recognize either of them as people that are regulars.
Okay,
I'm not going to tell them they're dead, obviously, but...
Right, but you know what's in the papers already, so...
You recognize this dead guy? How about this dead guy?
You recognize this dead dwarf or this dead human?
I didn't say they were the dead ones. I just said.
Right. She doesn't. She goes, no, but you know what? I don't work front of house as much. Let me get Leston up here. Leston is like the hostess. And she goes and get somebody out of the back or somebody who's like working setup, and this early 20s halfling girl or halfling young woman comes up and points to the human Baraka Durant, who by the way looks not wholly dissimilar to Cornelius. He's a darker skinned person, and goes, I wouldn't say he's a regular, but he was in here like. And she looks, and they have a discussion about when did we finish Chimneys and Rooftops? Oh, we finished that in November. Oh, so he was here like at one of the last shows for Chimneys and Rooftops, and you two look like what? And Jenny, the manager goes, the owner operator goes, Chimneys and Rooftops was our show before the aquarium show. So like he was in here maybe 6 weeks ago. Have you seen him since? And she goes, I remember him the closing week of Chimneys and Rooftops because he got sloppy drunk and some of the staff had to help him. I'm not sure if She thinks about it and she's like, no, I don't think I saw him again.
Got it.
You know, I have so much planning for this. Did I think about planning the thematic elements for the Life and Mercy? No. So I'm just making the shit up off the top of my head.
I'm picturing the shows, I'll have you know.
Yeah, I'm not, because of course you are.
The set of Chimneys and Rooftops is just, Chimmery from or Step in Time from
from Mary Poppins, yeah.
Just the rooftops with a big slant and a big slant, so you can see them all dance in line.
Mm-hmm. I may have had that same sort of thought as well.
Yeah, you look at the program for the current show, and you're just like, if this black line depiction of what this stage looks like, this show cost a fortune to put on. There is a water tank that performers are swimming in part of this show. This is a full-on fucking Cirque du Soleil crazy ass drag show happening here.
Well, we may have to investigate the show itself, for evidence. Yes, evidence.
Right.
Can you estimate the date of that altercation?
The one with Baraka Durant?
Yeah, if today is January 6th, was this happened in December, obviously, maybe November?
Well, yeah, it was it would have been the last week of December. That show closed at the end of December. That was the fall show. Now I'm just baiting you.
Well, it is true that if I weren't here, I'd be at a theater.
Right.
At the request of the cast.
What's that about? Why does the cast want you there?
Yeah. What are you doing to the cat
Because
or for?
the night before was their invitational dress, and the audience was lackluster, and they were like, "Oh shit, our show's a dud." Opening night, I was in the front row laughing like a lunatic because it was fucking hilarious. And
God.
Miley was like, I don't think last night's audience knew they were allowed to laugh at a Jane Austen play. So can you let them know they can laugh? So the first silly thing to happen, I bust out laughing and everybody joins me. After that, they knew. Because there's some weird shit in that show. There is a fight scene between some of the ladies, and they run off stage. Somebody else runs this way, and then Jill Carey Martin, who is one of the best actresses in Orange County, goes running across the back of the stage with a chair over her head. Ah! And I lost my mind laughing. And they're like, can he come to every show? The cast members after the show were approaching me going, oh my God, thank you.
Well, that's nice at least.
As I was
Yeah.
walking out, Miley was saying bye to all the cast, and I saw one of the actors I didn't actually get to talk to, and I just went, hey, good show. And he turns around, hey, thanks. Hey, were you the one with the laugh?
Were you the one with the laugh?
And I went, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
Miley's boyfriend. And he goes, ah.
That reminds me of a Mitch Hedberg thing. Oh, distinctive laugh. Didn't think that one was funny.
Tyrion has a friend named Giovanni Palladini who is about a head shorter than me, and his head is probably twice as wide. He has the biggest laugh I have ever heard. He stopped a Gallagher show. Gallagher stopped the show and went, who is that? Like, had them turn the spotlight on Giovanni. Or should say, Giovanni. Oh, I'd like to. Are any of the performers here at right now? It's probably early in the morning, right?
No, you guys just had lunch. It's early afternoon.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
She says,
They're
yeah,
probably
a
all
lot of,
still in bed.
yeah, she goes, about half the cast lives upstairs.
Oh,
So they're definitely here. They should be coming down in a little bit. Gorkley comes in probably in an hour.
I turned to my
Cornelius-
partner. What do you think? Do you
Yeah,
want to stick
go ahead.
around for another hour, or do we want to move on to the next place?
I think I don't know that the security is going to be able to tell us much of anything.
I kind of want to hear from the performers more about the Goblin.
More about grabbing hands.
But yeah, but maybe we can either check out the Steady Stag or the Honeybee or Mortal Coil. Ooh. You got some weird clubs here, man.
So what we know right now is that the human and the goblin have both been to this establishment. We know the goblin has a drug problem, and that the human was thrown out for being drunk off his ass. All of them had alcohol in their system when they were found, and I think didn't the human have something else in his system as well?
Alcohol.
Weed.
Weed. Okay.
The human, yeah.
Cannabis and wheat and alcohol. The dwarf only alcohol that we know of.
Yeah.
And the goblin was super drunk and was and was high on something. So
there are 5 different clubs mentioned in the 3 reports.
yeah,
Do we
none
wanna try-
of them overlap. So
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We have a map. Can we see where they are?
I
Yeah.
haven't marked them. I haven't marked them out on the map, but
in general,
yeah. So they're all in either the Victoria or the Hoxton districts, right? So whatever, for example, if it says victim was found in the Victoria district, then the named clubs are in the Victoria district. If it says they were found in Hoxton, then the named clubs are in that district.
okay.
And Victoria and Hoxton are right next to each other. They are neighboring districts.
All right, so let's
Which
check out.
are not big areas. I mean,
No, they are not, right?
We're in the Victoria district, so we should check out the Skunk Stripe and the Mortal Coil while we're here,
sounds good.
and then we'll head over to Hoxton and see what we can find out at the Stag and the Bee.
Yeah, they're not big districts. Like Hoxton is 101 acres and Victoria is 141. They're not huge by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, if that's your farm and you got to deal with the farm on your own by yourself, that is a lot of land. But for a city district, that's not terribly large.
Yeah.
Okay, you head over to the Skunk Stripe, and it is clearly not open. It is one of those where like it's not much of a storefront. What it looks like is 2 big, shiny black wooden doors with giant patinaed brass knobs that have 2 like potted cypress pines, I think they are, in like marble pines. It says the Skunk Stripe in fancy sort of writing over a veranda.
It says Skunk Strip on the arrest report. It's Stripe, or the incident report, I should say.
Yeah, let's
That makes
leave
more
it
sense.
let's leave it as Strip, because I think that's what it was supposed to be, and I've been reading it wrong.
Oh, okay.
When you look at they do not open. It says bar, like, you know, there's like a brass case with a menu under glass by the door.
Oh, wow.
It says they open at 4:00. It says business inquiries around the back. And it refers to itself as a refined bar and social club.
Mm.
And it's got some like, it's got an extensive and very expensive cocktail and whiskey bar listing.
So
There's
what time do we think it is now?
It's probably like, by the time you get over here, it's maybe 12:45. You could go
there
around to the back
windows?
and see if, well, so it did say business inquiries around the back, so you could go
Oh, okay.
around and see if there's a business office opening, or there are like lion's heads on the doors. The knockers are like lion head with a big fucking brass lion heads with big fucking knockers. This place is just, it is a pretty good balance of, they're not brass. They look like they're chromed something. They look, the decoration motif is, and when I said a brass fitting thing, let's say it's chromed there as well. It's all black and silver or white. Lots of shining.
Well, let's go around back.
Yeah.
You don't want to try the big ass door knockers? Okay. Knockers. All right.
I mean, I'm willing to try the big knockers, but I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, it's just as easy to go around back.
I think I want to try the knockers. You know, you weirdos can go around back, but I'm going straight for the knockers.
There it is.
Anyway. Are you actually trying the door? Or are you just going to walk around?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to... Boom, boom, boom. Are they functional knockers or are they just...
They are.
Okay.
And it's a little, you're like, oh shit, I didn't think it was going to be that loud. But it's like, it produces a sound that you're guessing is magically augmented to be louder than it actually is.
Oh, well, that's a thing.
Yep. Let's see if I can do this with a pen. One of the lions goes, "We're not open. Come back after 4."
I hold up my badge. City inspectors.
It just repeats it. It's not intelligent. It's just programmed.
Okay, I wasn't sure if like someone was talking through it or
No, it's legit. That's a legit response.
damned creature enslaved into a door.
No. Okay, so you go around back because
We'll go around
nobody
back.
answers the door. Yeah. And there's a set of white painted wooden stairs. The sun's come out a little bit, and the sprinkling of snow has stopped. And it goes up to a second floor office with like French windows and a door with some glass in it. If you head up the steps, you'll see what looks like a business office with some desks and stuff. And there's a person working there and sees you in your uniforms and does one of these and sort of is behind like just a lot of paper. 16. It's a half orc, and he sort of like dislodges himself from his stacks of bills and whatever else they are on his desk, and goes, hello, officers, or I'm sorry, inspectors. What can I suppose this is related to that unpleasantness as of late. Do come in out of the cold. You step inside and you don't see like a fireplace or a brazier, but this place is definitely heated. Like,
oh,
this half orc likes to keep this place nice and toasty.
Okay.
They walk in. Oh, it's nice in here.
Yeah, thank you.
Take my coat off.
They stand it there like smiling at you and sort of, yes, this way into the lounge, please. You walk through a hallway where onto one side, as you're walking through, it's on the right, your right. There's a big kitchen. You see like a stock room on the left, and on the left you see a series of like what look like rooms with names on them, maybe dressing rooms. You're not sure. And then you go out into the lounge, which is a sort of wraparound bar on two sides of the room, of a big square room. You see a couple of small stages. Everything is black and silver and white. Everything is upholstered in leather, black and white leather, and like 3 small round stages with silver poles that go and attach to the ceiling.
Got it. I am picturing a particular room. I had an interview at the Hustler Club in San Francisco once.
Well, imagine that, but ratcheted up in terms of class and expense.
Yeah. I was an hour late to my interview because I got on the wrong road and ended up crossing the Golden Gate Bridge by accident.
Yeah, I'm guessing you didn't get that job.
I did not. That would have been a different experience working there while I went to school.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just the clerk. Let me go get Marta for you. And so this is like a young half orc. He leaves and comes back with an older, I would say like late middle-aged full orc female who must be Marta. She is dressed in what would be the equivalent of kind of like a black suit pants and a tight-fitting white shirt with sort of a necktie, and the sleeves are rolled up like she's been doing something with her hands. She comes up to you two and says, "Inspectors, I'm Marta Kilgrave. I run this place."
And I think you're who we need to talk to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of the pictures of the three. Do you recognize any of these three folks?
Well, that's Gim Ranks. He was a regular of ours. She says, "This one's Gilther Bnarson, and he's not allowed here anymore. But if you're showing me this picture," and she goes, I don't recognize the human. But she goes, "But if you're showing me this picture, I'm guessing that Mr. Bnarson's, we won't have the pleasure of denying him entry to the skunk strip anymore."
Can you tell me why he is denied or was banned?
We have rules here. We cater to very discreet and discerning clientele. We provide services that not everyone else does. And if you can't follow the rules, you don't get any services. And Mr. Bnarson had a problem following the rules. He thought he could tip his way out of any transgression, and we let him do that once.
Understood.
Mr. Ranks is
his way out.
Yes, correct. We are not the only establishment who offers. Well, we are she stops herself and goes, "Well, we are the best establishment that offers our kinds of services, but I'm sure someone as entitled as Gilther Bnarson, who has the kind of money that he had, could find what he wanted elsewhere."
Sure.
Okay. Gilther was the one found staged.
Yep. He was also found in Hoxton, which is the neighboring district. But like we've said, they're not that far away from each other. So what I'm saying is he moved between these two districts when he went out on his searching for his entertainment. God damn.
No, Gilther was the banker guy.
Yep.
Ranks was the artifice. All right. Do you know if these two knew each other at all? Did you ever see them interact?
Ranks and Benarson?
Gilther. Yeah.
I don't think so. They didn't request the same sorts of things. She goes, Smoke, Midnight, are either of you around? And then out of a shadow you didn't realize was there steps an all black tabaxi and goes, yes, Miss Marta. Benarson, remember we kicked him, he was banned about a little over a month ago, and he goes, yes, 5 weeks ago, actually. Did you ever see him interact with Gim Ranks? Not that I know of.
Yeah.
You get a curt bow from the tabaxi and says, I am Midnight Oakentree. I am head of security here.
Ho ho. We're talking on this one, Steve. You go ahead.
Sounds like somebody is playing the typey catch-up game.
A little bit. I don't. I'm trying to think like connections between them. We're not seeing any connections here.
Can you tell me anything? Midnight? Is it? Can I tell the gender of a tabaxi at a glance?
Roll me a nature check.
I just stepped away real quick for a second, guys.
19.
I have to feed the pig.
Okie dokie. On a 19, you are 90% sure this is a male tabaxi.
I go, Mr. Oakenshield? Oakentree?
You get that? Yes, nod.
Can you tell me anything about the incident in which Gilther was banned? Anything you think might be helpful to us?
Midnight looks at Marta, and Marta goes, he's gone, it's fine. I'm sure, Inspector, you've guessed the sort of services that we provide here. There are rules. Even when we are engaging in what we call consent play, everything must be arranged and agreed upon ahead of time. Mr. Benarson violated the agreements that were made between him and the performer, or he doesn't say performer, he goes employee, and then was warned, and then did the exact same thing on his next visit. And so he was, again, looks at Marta with an, you would guess is an inquisitive look, but again, this might be the second tabaxi you've ever seen. They are very rare in Haven. Tabaxi are just straight up rare, right? Okay. And she nods and goes, Mr. Benarson had to be forcibly removed by myself.
Understood.
So that's the dwarf, yes?
Yeah.
So she doesn't know, they don't recognize the human. The dwarf used to come here but was kicked out for being a douche.
Yep.
And the goblin was a regular.
Yeah. No human yet.
Mm-hmm.
Really a shame. Mr. Marta, the owner, she goes, actually rather a shame about Gim Ranks. He was a pompous little windbag, but he did help us with some of our little theatrical pieces, the door knockers, which I assume that was you knocking on our door not that long ago. He helped us out with those.
Interesting.
He did advanced R&D in a new firm in Whitmore called Shadowskip, which you know
we're
from
gonna
the
check that out soon.
yeah, you know from the file.
Okay. Did he talk much about his work?
Once he got his buzz going on, and before he went back for play, he liked to brag. You know, your standard entitled young researcher executive type stuff, how he was the smartest person there. One day he was going to start his own firm. He didn't ever, sometimes when we hear that sort of talk, we hear about how they don't appreciate him. He was never hateful about working at Shadowskip. He was never, we never heard they don't appreciate me, they don't know what they have. He was just arrogant.
Got it. Okay. What are you doing?
Do you have like an actual potbelly pig that you're or
No, not a pig. It is a guinea pig that I needed to give him his dinner because he was beeping like crazy in the other room.
For some reason, I assumed it was the grandchild.
That's funny as well. But no.
I mean, I've got a niece we've called Bug her entire life, so.
The closest thing I have to a pig is this one that is now just coming into frame.
Oh, hello.
Say hi, Teppy.
Who's that?
That is Persephone.
Who was the lighter one before?
That was Simon. That was the one. That was Monster Bear. Simon. Hi, baby. This one is the princess of the house. Come here, baby. Oh,
So, apropos of nothing, I was talking to Dutro right before we started, and I was like, "Well, I gotta go. Game's starting soon." And he's like, "Oh, who you got today?" I'm like, "Atomic and Josh," but it's Josh's game, and I always feel like the others are like, "You're in another game,"
like you're cheating on them.
just like, "Oh, I'm not in that game." It's like, "No, you're not," and that's okay.
So
yeah, you're in like 3 games. 4.
I know. But I also
you
run
guys
one
are
with
standing-
8 people in it, so
you're like, also Josh's is super structured and has a 2-person at a time limit. So
well, that was like when I ran my cop game, the World of Darkness one I ran 20 years ago. God, it really was 20 years ago. And everyone's like, "You're running a game with Tom and Tony?" I'm like, "Yep." Got room for more? Nope. Only 2 guys in a car.
like, unless it's all SWAT team all the time, no.
Well, that's why Josh is smart. He's like, I can run as many 2-person teams as I want.
Right.
And they don't ever even have to cross over. But if I wanted them to, they could.
So, since we're digressing, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So
I have one more thing here before we leave, but Say your
Okay.
thing.
Monster Squad. You want to get the ball rolling on that?
Sure. Are we making first
Okay,
level characters?
Well, I'd love for us to like get to trade off in running that. So what I was thinking is like not just. I mean, we can use your setting, which is great. Just I have no problem with that. But just like then maybe I'll run it and maybe have Steve run it and invite his players and just like have a campaign on D&D Beyond that's got like 20 people in it. So it's just like whoever wants to run.
The only thing
I
I
was
say
gonna
about that
say-
is
And just
it
invite
should be a
anybody.
world that's not any one of ours.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say that just because
Like just Forgotten
also
Realms.
I use a set of world tools, all the Google shit that no one else uses. So I'd be happy to make a copy of it. But like the underground, I just made that whole ass up. Like that's a Jared's labyrinth under the sea. So, but yeah. Anyway, no, totally. Like just start another campaign. And can you have more than one DM in a campaign on D&D Beyond?
I don't
No.
think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Okay, so if I can pull us back to the game.
Yes.
Um,
please.
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys are talking there, and Midnight just says that thing about like, no, I don't have like, no, they were never together. They didn't encounter, they didn't have any group, whatever. In this setting, I never know how to say this, but what would be considered a very attractive, very physically fit female goblin who's probably 23, 24, comes out of the back. She's dressed in like goblin-sized kimono robes, and she's holding what appear to be like leather manacles that have had a lot of wear on it. And she goes, Marta, I need some more of these. Oh, I didn't realize the cops were here. Anyway, I need some more of these. These are about to snap. Do you guys have the tablets out with the depictions?
Absolutely.
And she goes, oh, are you here for Gimme? Yeah, it's too bad he was gone. He's kind of an asshole, but he tipped well. And then unless you stop her, Marta goes, yes, there's more in the back. I'll have.
I will absolutely
son,
stop her.
Yeah,
Was he a
she goes,
client of yours?
She goes, oh yeah, I was his regular person, if you will. She comes up and she's like, yeah, I don't know. We're ballparking her charisma in the 16 to 18 range. Like, here's the other thing. You can be like, that's a hot goblin. Also, I'm not into goblins. I mean, I don't know how to do, I don't know if your characters you've thought that much about your characters, because that's not the gist of our game, but that's fine. Anyway, she's like, whereas Marta and Midnight are like fully professional and very like stoic. This female goblin is just like, Ghostbusters, what do you want? She's like Annie. She's like a young Annie Potts.
Annie Potts.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. So she
Somebody wants to start.
she goes, oh yeah, he was
shit,
one
hold
of
on,
my
gotta go.
days. Oh, is she back already?
I don't know, it might have been a cat, but I don't know. Hopefully nothing significant or serious. You never like when, oh shit, hold on, gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna ask her What can she tell me about Gimme?
About Gimme, yeah. Her name's Mirlika. She goes, well, he was here maybe once every like 5 to 8 days. He's more or less weekly. Sometimes he'd skip a week. He was like clockwork, a few drinks, and then he had his particular order, as we like to say here at the Skunk Strip. She looks up at Marta, and Marta gives her that you might as well sort of like resigned, it's okay look, because the client is dead. You get the sense that if you were investigating a live client, they would be much less forthcoming about some things.
I had a little tumble coming in, so I'm gonna.
Oh no!
She skinned her knee, so
I'm shocked she's home already.
It was a matinee.
Oh, okay.
2:00 show. All right, so I'll be back when I can.
Oh dear.
We always had a pretty similar scenario with occasional variations so that nobody got bored. But he liked to play around with consent. He liked me to pretend like I wasn't into it. But we set up boundaries and all that ahead of time, and he always followed the rules, even when he was on one. Midnight did have to talk to him once about 4 months ago, but he was a sweetheart since then.
And was the dwarf? What's the dwarf's name? I'm sorry. Gilther.
I've forgotten it too.
Mr.
Gilther.
Was he one of your clients as well?
Oh no, Gilther wasn't one of mine. Marta steps in and goes, no, the employee that Gilther interacted with last won't be in. Well, actually, like, wouldn't look at her watch. What time is it? Oh, it's such and such. And she goes, oh, well, she should be in within 15 minutes to a half an hour.
No problem. I'm just trying to see if there's any connections. We're trying to piece together things. So,
yep. She's like, of course.
Common threads. The more pieces we can put together, the more the picture will be shown.
Mm-hmm. Marta says, do you have anything else for Mirlika?
No, I don't think so. I think you've been more than helpful, and I appreciate your time. And I think we'll probably be getting out of your hair, but I can't guarantee we won't be back.
Of course. Haven City's finest is always welcome here. When Mirlika leaves, she says, Gilther didn't have a regular. When we kicked him out, he was seeing Charlotte. It hadn't occurred to me until Mirlika said it, but the two of them had the same interests, although they, as far as we know, didn't know each other. Gilther was banned because he crossed lines. We had to take Charlotte. We took Charlotte to the healers, and because Gilther got violent with her.
Mm.
We did not take him to the healers after Midnight was done with him, though.
Good. All right. Interesting. I think I don't know that there's much else we can figure from this place at this point. So I think the plan would be to move on to the next club or whatever.
Okay.
Which it would be the one where the dwarf was last at.
Yeah. Okay. So you head.
The Mortal Coil would be where we would head.
Yeah. Victim was found in Victoria. So and it's still in Victoria. So you're heading to the Mortal Coil. And you walk in, and although it's more colorful than the Striped the Skunk Strip, which was all black, white, silver, right? Heading into the Mortal Coil, it's definitely giving like goth bondage bar
Yeah.
and performances and stuff. Like whereas the Skunk Strip was very
Buttoned
behind
up
a veil and
Mhm.
behind a veil and blah blah blah. This is sort of the opposite. Like you walk in and there's tables, there's also places to be manacled against the wall, all sorts of
It's lower rent.
intricate machinery accoutrement. Yeah. There's places for participation, let's say, and places to be an audience, and places to get drinks, and places to get food, etc. It's got like a second floor that's all sort of seating and balcony, so you can like watch from the top, as well as sort of the ground floor. It obviously has no windows out to the street, unlike the first place you were at. It's not as big as the theater, but that's the sort of establishment it is. And as it's gotten later in the day, like it driving around, etc., they're basically their full staff is here. You can tell they're getting ready for the day. Lots of cleaning and stocking and all the sort of stuff you need to open a restaurant, plus all the other accoutrements in this sort of situation.
Okay. So yeah, I'd go in and ask to speak to a manager or security, somebody in charge.
Okay. Yeah, you find that this place is run by a dwarf named Hesbor.
Hesbor, okay.
Yeah, Hesbor Spearshaft. And Hesbor is probably what would be like late 30s for a dwarf, so he's probably in his 70s. Right, so he's been around a little bit. He sees you and Cornelius, who's just off in his own world apparently on something, and he welcomes you and he's like, let's. Cornelius says that chicken is not agreeing with him, and he heads for the bathroom.
Yeah.
The Hesbor takes you back into the office. It appears like any other business office, right? Desk, some decent chairs, a desk chair. He's got a window out into the alley. There's a lamp here, and he goes, he says, I imagine you're here about Gilther Bernarson?
Amongst other things, we just have some questions.
Sure.
And I will show him the three. Do you recognize, well, obviously we know that you are familiar with Gilthor. Do you recognize these two as clients?
He points at the human, at Baraka Durant, and he goes, I've seen him here. We've seen him here a few times.
Interesting. But never the goblin that you recall.
No, I don't recognize that goblin.
Okay.
So she did the exact same thing I did a couple weeks ago, trying to step over that cat gate, and it just like catches a heel, and you just.
She okay?
She's got a skin knee. I cleaned it up and propped up her leg, and now she's watching television.
All right. Well,
so.
Gotcha. Real quickly to catch you up, you guys have moved onto the Mortal Coil. What you found out from the goblin from Skunk Strip, her name is in the chat, that Gim Ranks, the goblin, and Gilther Bernarson both had the same kink, which was consent play. And Bernarson was basically they liked the woman to pretend like they didn't want to. Benarson went over the line and was physically removed by midnight. Benarson didn't work with the goblin. Worked with a human girl named Charlotte, who had to be taken to one of the temples in Whitechapel for healing. When Midnight got through with Benarson, when he was physically ejected, Marta made a point of going, "We did not take him to get healed." Then Atomic Garret moved you to the next place, which was the Mortal Coil. And you're in the interview with that manager right now, whose name is Hesbor, is a dwarf named Hesbor Spearshaft. And what Hesbor just said is like, "Oh yeah, I recognize that human, the Baraka Durant. Like they've been in here before."
What kind of establishment is the Mortal Coil?
Oh, the Mortal Coil
version of the same place.
Yeah, it's more mid-scale, but it's a full-on display, like participate goth bondage place.
It's the TGI Fridays version.
Yeah. It is far less discreet. Let's say there's a lot more. What would you call it?
Oh, TGI BDSM. Okay, got it.
TGI BDSM. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more. This caters to a lot of voyeuristic intent as well. Here, there's not just a big participation area, but there's lots of places to watch. And then the second floor is like basically a wraparound balcony, so you can watch from the top in the second floor.
Did we happen to get the tidbit? Did our victims like to give or receive?
They like to be the aggressors.
Okay.
Yeah, they were both shitbags. I mean, they had their tastes.
Okay.
And so if the human was here before, I am going to inquire about their tastes and what they were here to, what they did here. If they were both of that same
Ilk.
ilk. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The short answer is yes. What you find out is that Gilther, the dwarf Gilther, was much less shy about being participatory, and that liked to be involved in like punishment scenarios. The human would get a little shy about it, and was more of a watcher than a participation person.
What did
But
he
he doesn't
towards? Same sort of thing. Where his
well, that doesn't. They don't appear to. So, what you get from Hesbor is like, oh, we don't do like private rooms or one-on-one engagements here. So it's all watching, etc. So it's less role play here at the Mortal Coil, and it's more like the physical act of things. And Benar knew his way rather around a cat of nine tails and around a leather flail. And Baraka before, wasn't nearly as, I think we maybe saw him 2 times in the last 6 weeks or so, 3 times maybe. Gilther was here pretty regularly, not ever more than once a week, but pretty regularly. And we have we keep a healer on staff just for the cosmetics is more than anything, but we have policies about if you go to a certain thing, you have to pay extra for the healing, and Gilther tipped well and paid extra, but we always had a performer who was willing to perform with him. So yeah.
Wow.
I see.
On the last night he was here, the night he was killed, he tipped 2 platinum.
2 platinum.
I think he,
Okay. Those
yeah.
are 10 gold each, right?
Hmm.
Yes.
That's like a year's salary for some people.
Yeah.
Lurza, who is the performer, he tended to favor her. I misspelled that. It's Lurr. There you go. He seemed to have a thing for hobgoblins. Lurza's pretty tough, and she could take it.
Okay. And the girl at the other place, Charlotte, was human, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Do we, Cornelius, I'll ask just kind of off to the side, do we feel like we need to ask any more questions of these folks? I'm kind of leaning towards, like, we're getting the basic ideas.
So
I
these
don't
guys
know that.
we're definitely in a scene together.
Mhm. Yeah. And I'm thinking the other guy probably was too, and I imagine when if we go track him down, we're going to find the similar information.
Have we found a place that all 3 of them frequented yet?
Not yet.
No, but you still have the 2
Of
places.
course not.
What did you say, Joe? Or what did you say?
I said, of course not.
That'd be too easy. No, so far it was the goblin.
But you've only been in the 3
horse.
places, and
Yeah,
you've only been in 3 places in Victoria. You haven't gone to Hoxton yet,
correct.
for what it's worth.
Hoxton had what? The honeybee?
And the Steady Stag. Yeah.
That is dag. Why does that make me uncomfortable?
I don't know, Joe.
Based
Why
on
does
what
that make sense?
Based on what we're learning now about these people's tastes, yeah, you're not far off.
Hey, Josh, you remember that one tape you made for me where you used a lot of Adam Sandler routines?
I feel like if that was only one tape, then I was doing better than I thought.
And yeah, for some reason, I'm reminded of his song "At a Medium Pace."
Oh yeah.
I know that one.
The Steady Stag.
Oh, gross. Okay.
Yeah, that is correct. Gross is correct. Yes.
I didn't write the song.
You didn't even put it on a tape for you. That's
Yeah, I was an innocent bystander.
yeah. You're the victim in all of this.
Yeah. About that.
Ah. So
Okay.
I made that big bag of chicken for like the week, and then I put it all in a container, and I looked at it, and I went, yeah, that's like one sitting. I had 2 pieces of it, and I'm like, yeah, I can eat all that. That's not gonna work.
Nope.
I did buy 2 bags, so
Well, there you go.
Well, now you know the technique works, right? Now you know you like the technique.
Well, I've done it before, but I always bought like big slabs of chicken. This is like, I'm going to buy the cheapest thing possible. Because that's
do
where
what you
we're
gotta do
at
for
right
those.
now.
Yeah.
So you growing the hair out, or are you just lazy?
Lazy.
No, I'm growing it out. I'm
Cool.
growing it out. That's why this was just cut. and then it
Oh.
gets trimmed with dead ends.
Well,
and
you're about
stuff,
this
you know.
big on my screen right now with all the maps and everything open. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. I could stop sharing to show the haircut more, but yes.
Well, I also had the chat open. So
I sort of this started as Aaron Eckhart's character from Expanse, which I started watching during the quarantine, and then I'm like, you know, it was when my hair was all short around the sides, and I'm like, if I can just cut it with my own home trimmers to not look like a full fucking mess on Zoom and on Google Meet, because you couldn't get your hair cut for months and months, right? So, well, so then it started, and I'm
no,
like, you know,
I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, I was gonna say, who did I just say that to? But and then I forgot, like, oh, I really like how it feels when you do that. I like how having long hair feels, but I also, it's a lot
Me
of care,
too.
so I just cut this side. So
Enjoy it while you
Yeah.
can.
all right.
No, I'm happy to say I enjoyed my hair while I had it.
I don't know that I've ever known you with hair that wasn't here.
Oh, he had such long hair from the top of his head in high school.
Oh, I've seen pictures, but I don't know that I've ever known you as such.
It was beautiful. Girls used to ask if they could brush it.
Aw.
Pretty girls. 70 girls.
All right, where are we off to next, guys?
Whichever's closer, we'll head over to the other district and check out. Check out these two places.
The Hoxton.
Yeah.
Yeah, you head over to Hoxton. The honeybee you go into, and you're like, oh. So first off, the second you cross, I love how sometimes these street names on this map of London are like really cool street names, like Bevenden Street, and then other times it's just the A1200, which is super fucking thematically dumb. But you head in and you kind of notice that you've taken a step down in
That's not
expense
the
and marketing.
1200. That's Alzu Street.
It's the Alzu Road.
Alzu.
As opposed to the A1000, which is the Alu.
Correct. The Alu.
Yeah, or like Old Street, which turns into the A501. Just like
No, that's Asshole.
Assoy,
Asshole Street.
Asshole.
Asshole
The
Street.
Asshole.
The Asshole.
In any case,
Oh, you going down to Asshole Street? Pardon me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're from Asshole Street, buddy.
You head to the honeybee, and that, like, you know, the mortal coil and the striped skunk were of a theme, right? The Life and Mercy was a theater, a big dinner theater with extravaganza. The honeybee is like weirdly
Honeybee's a whorehouse.
No. It is
Okay.
It is not. It is a weirdly brightly themed bar and restaurant that seems off-brand for what your day has been so far. It's open. They've been serving since lunch. There does seem to be live entertainment here, so maybe that's part of it. But it's a bar and restaurant. The food smells good. You're probably not hungry because you had a bunch of chicken and some beer. Which I did say that Cornelius was having, the chicken was disagreeing with him to explain your absence while.
I appreciate that.
Said the chicken gave you the shit.
See, you got to drink the beer with the chicken.
I got the Cacafuego.
And it looks like sort of mid upscale. It's not particularly large. The they do seem to have it. It seems to be run by halflings, and they do seem to have a bakery that sort of specializes in different things made with honey, and maybe that's where the name comes from. But you're like, this is not gross and SA/sexual assaulty at all. Like, I don't. Okay, like it's throwing you a little bit how not on theme it is for the rest of the night. And going back to him, place him here and at the study stag, whatever that is. So you can talk to staff here, or you can go like, no, this is an outlier, or whatever. So this place is like a weird mix of bar, bakery, patisserie, like pastries, restaurant, and live music. You're like,
do all the
okay.
employees wear flair?
They don't, but you get the feeling that if you suggest it to the manager, it'll be there in a week.
Jet skis.
Yeah.
Does it look like there's like it could be a front for anything?
Roll me an investigation with advantage.
Okay.
Because your partner's with you. You can both roll. At your passives, you don't see, it doesn't look like that, but you can both roll with advantage if you'd like, or just one of you can, or none of you can.
Nat 20.
23.
Yeah, that's what I got too, but mine was a nat 20.
What is... Oh, yours is slightly higher. On that nat 20, you're like, no, both of you are just like, no, these are just like, this is like a large, wholesome, halfling-owned family business that happened to be frequented by this fucking
Deviant.
kid.
I lean over to
Deviant.
Garrett and I go, the dirtiest thing in here is us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is definitely an outlier.
But let's go through the motions.
Well, yeah, let's find out if the other two have been here before.
Yeah, so we find them, whoever's in charge, show them the pictures. Hey,
So
do you
you
know
go
these
to the-
guys?
Yeah. You go up to the hostess and you ask to speak to the manager, and she goes, "Oh well, sure, you betcha. I'll just go get him. Why don't you go ahead and have a seat?" And she sets down what are like hot honey rolls in front of you while you're waiting for the manager.
Carbs.
I'm not gonna say no.
Settle my belly after the cacafuego.
And like, just as a piece of added flavor text, when you go to like an IHOP and there's all the different flavors of syrup on the table?
Yeah.
There's like 5 different flavors of honey on the table. And you're like, ooh, chili honey. Ooh, clover honey. Ooh, fireweed honey. Like, okay. You're like,
none of this ever occurred to me.
Alrighty.
A late middle-aged halfling man comes up to the table and goes, "Well, hello there, inspectors. My name is Eric. How can I help you?"
Just got a couple questions for you. Nothing major. We're just kind of investigating some stuff, and I was just wanted to see if you recognized any of these 3 gentlemen.
Oh, well, that's Baraka. He's been coming here. He's been a regular here ever since he was at the Islington Advanced College up there, since he was a student, and then he got his job at Wextrock. And yeah, he's been coming here for years. Those other 2, nope, that dwarf doesn't look too familiar. And no, that goblin, I can't say, no.
Noah, yeah, no.
All halflings are either from the Midwest or are Samwise Gamgee as portrayed by Sean Astin.
Check out. You got that, and they're also very anti-establishment.
I
As
was
Well,
per
he's
the
not going to say
Mulligan.
that. He's not going to say that in front of you guys.
I had a coworker at Barnes and Noble who was from Eau Claire.
Oh yeah,
Very pretty
Minnesota?
girl. Minnesota, yeah. And it only came out once in a while, but one day like somebody else from Eau Claire came and she talked to her for like 5 minutes, and afterwards everybody could tell. It was just like, that is amazing. Where did that come from?
Bradley is from Minnesota.
Is he?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he's been here long enough that you can't tell, but I imagine it'd probably be a similar
I should
situation.
tease him about that. Oh, so I hear you're from Minnesota.
Yeah.
hilarious.
During the football season, he has the Vikings game on his phone while we're playing.
I gotta remember to get chocolates for Janet. Dark chocolate.
Okay.
This guy's wife cooks us a meal every game session. And like, good stuff. She made lasagna last time that defeated me.
Yeah, it was good.
I had a piece and was like, I don't have to eat all day.
I am full in places that I did not know I could be full.
I thought I'd been full before. I was wrong.
I was full now, and I was full in the afterlife.
Okay. So Homeboy
All
does
right.
not recognize the other two.
No.
Okay. Since he seems to know the guy pretty well, I'm going to ask him, like, do you know what he did? Like, what did he do over at Wextra?
Oh yeah, he was. What do you call that? He was a lawyer. Yeah. He went to Islington Advanced College because he was going to specialize in the kind of law where like no, I made that first, none, you stole it, and I got a copyright.
Copyright?
Yeah, but he didn't call it that. He called it like intellectual property. That's it. He was an intellectual property lawyer, and he worked at some of those his firm. They work for a lot of high tech.
Okay. Cool. Hey, I really appreciate you chatting with us. I think that is interesting information.
Oh, sure. Hey, you wait a second here. And then he runs up to like their bakery counter and then comes back with like a jar of honey each for you. Right now, this is raw. This is raw. So this is like if you're allergic to anything, this is going to be good for you. And you're going to want to use it within like 7 days of opening it because it's raw honey. It can go bad, but it's real good for you. And come back anytime. And Joe, if you've been talking, I'm not hearing you. So I don't know if you muted yourself on your headphones. Are you hearing him, Atomic?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just making faces.
Oh, okay.
And I leaned on the button, so.
Yeah.
As you noticed, I have done that several times, so I will not make any comments about doing so.
Yep. I was going to say, I swear to God, they put those controls on the worst possible place on the cord for it. Like, just put it right
after
here.
we get our honey.
You guys can't see, but she's been right here this whole time.
No. I have
Dang it.
surprisingly not had a cat with me.
Well, now Miley's watching television, so I'm sure they're all with her.
Yeah, I closed the door so they can't come in. So
Gotcha.
So it's only a matter of time before they start scratching at the carpet under the door. Let me in.
Yeah, and they haven't noticed that they can't get in there because that will make them want to be in there.
Yeah, because we have no closed doors in this home.
It's cats.
So when the manager leaves Salona, just turn Islington. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Islington's Arms, Dorn Starhammer's company. Wonder if he has anything to do with the college. Just a thought.
So
Now our victims are all professionals, right? We
They are all professionals, yes.
have a lawyer, a
here's-
banker, and now.
And an artificer researcher. Yeah.
So it's possible they could have gone to Islington too.
Mm-hmm. Well, also keep in mind so we have an artificer who was working on specific things, working on whatever it may be, doing advanced R&D, and a intellectual property lawyer.
Yeah, and a banker.
Mm-hmm. Somebody to make something, someone to make it legal, and somebody to fund it.
Yep.
So who were they all working for?
Should we check Shadow Skip or the lawyers first?
Where is the lawyer law office? Do we know?
Shoreditch District.
So
The shortest,
it's in another district. So we'll stay in Hoxton, and then
Bankers.
Shoreditch is just under Hoxton.
Okay.
None of the employers are in this district.
Right.
Either one we just were. We either got to go to Bankersboro, Shoreditch, or Whitmore to talk to any of the employers.
Yeah.
So I've got the map up on screen share. So Hoxton is this blue one.
Uh-huh.
Whitmore is the purple one just north of it, and Shoreditch is the sort of grayish one. I don't know what color that is.
Okay.
Grayish one just south of it.
Yeah.
Mixed race, mostly residential, some offices, some commercial, lots of the Haven head workers and bureaucrats. Where is Islington Advanced?
The Islington
That-
College of Advanced Engineering and Alchemy is right there. It is just north of Victoria.
Oh, it's its own district?
Yep. It's a whole ass
Wow.
campus. So like you guys you nailed it right on the fucking head. So Starhammer's company is called Starhammer Industries or Starhammer Heavy Industries. But it's just called Starhammer. The Islington College of Advanced Engineering and Alchemy was 70% endowed by the three major families of industry or Artificer Valley in Haven City.
That's why I have that note in there.
Yep. Starhammers, the Torglics, and the Brass Crows. The rest of it was endowed by less prominent families and groups in the valley. The whole district is made up of buildings, labs, ranges, lecture halls, warehouses, proving grounds, dormitories, and faculty housing. It is widely considered the most elite artificer college in Haven City and would be considered all grad student level classes. So you've also stumbled on, everybody assumes it's only artificer training there, but they have other tracks because there are other industries and professions necessary to keep it going, i.e. finance, intellectual property law, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it keep
So-
coming back to the damn artificers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because there's no Warlock College.
there is a warlock chantry over on the other side, but yeah, the warlocks don't really need a college, and the sorcerers have one, but it's mostly like, here's how you do that thing you were just born with, so you don't have to just figure it out. But as a player, you've like questioned a thing. Well, right, in many ways in the United States, especially in the early days, we kind of mimicked the British we broke away from, right? Because it was what we knew. So the same thing's true in the Union, whereas the wizards were the dominant class, if you will. They've been replaced by the artificers to a large degree.
It's what we got.
Yeah.
There are wizards.
Basically.
100%. 100%.
All three of them are within relative age of each other, based on race.
Now,
They could have attended college together.
it's pretty thin. I mean, it's just a hunch.
Mm-hmm.
So we should probably check out the employers before we go on this wild goose chase to the college.
I agree, but I
You've
also
gotta-
think we're going to get stonewalled at the employers.
You've got a shit ton of circumstantial. I'll tell you that.
Hmm.
In a time like this, would a warlock seek advice from his patron? Or is it just
A
like, I
warlock.
gave you power, figure it out?
No. You know what? Here's what I'm going to say is I feel like that's going to the warlock patron relationship is going to be highly individualized. So if you're in the habit of like, hey boss, I'm stuck, any guidance here? If that's a thing, then you and your Jin would be like, oh, hey Cornelius, yeah, what's going on? If you're like, oh no, I haven't really communed with him in 2 years, you'd be like, really? So you need something again, right? Like,
No, and as I've said, like at the end of every case, I commune with Damoud, my patron, and go, so I learned this, this, and this. I don't know if that's any useful information to you, but here you go.
and occasionally Damoud goes, hey, I need you to check some shit out. So yeah, for your particular patron relationship, it wouldn't be fully out of character.
Now, I know I have his vessel. I have, I'm totally picturing the I Dream of Genie bottle that I probably have in a secure place.
So the bottle doesn't break.
It is
Yeah.
Yeah. I can go in the bottle. Have I told you that?
Yep. I mean, I knew it. I knew you could.
Yeah.
Bottle.
Um,
You can be.
is that how I
inside the
commune
bottle.
with him? Is that how
You
I
can be
commune with Damoud? Or can I
Beside
just
the
like,
bottle?
dear Damoud? Yeah. I it's called Genie's Respite or something like that.
Genie's respite. Yeah.
Respite.
Yeah. No, we're gonna say you need to go into Genie's respite to commune with Damoud.
Okay. So I'll save that for later.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
Garret,
Do I
you're
turn
aware of
into
any
a
of this.
plume of smoke and go,
I'm no.
please?
Okay.
Yay! Exactly.
Let's go
Well,
check
that
out
was
the
a
lab.
difficult.
Why do you do that? I can't wiggle my nose.
Yeah.
Well, the witches do that, not genies. That's good. Don't be silly.
Well, I'm a warlock, so I can go either way.
Silliness.
I apologize
You're fine.
how often I pull us off the rails.
Let's
Hey,
go
it's
check out
your
that last
case,
club
man.
before we get out of here.
Did I mute you?
You might have because we can hear you.
I think I turned you down. Hello?
Yeah, I think you did.
Oh,
You
okay.
turn us down?
I leaned on the button, but just in a different way this time. You know what? This has got a little clip on it. I'll put that in my shirt pocket so that stops happening.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you going to head to
check out the
Steady?
last club?
Okay. You head to the Steady Stag. It is not nearly the Adam Sandler disaster you are afraid of. If what did you call it? TGI BDSM or TGI
TGI
BDSM?
BDSM.
Yeah, TGI BDSM. If that was what Mortal Coil was, this is an even more mid version of that. Way less fancy, way less accoutrement. And you can tell, like, for its surrounding is like, ooh, you're going to the Steady Stag. And like, compared to what you just came from, you're like, this ain't shit. Like I said, Hoxton's a little more staid. It's a little more middle class, right? It's sort of got it's the Hot Topic version of what Mortal Coil was, right? It's the trappings without the commitment.
Gotcha.
The hot topic of TGI BDSMs. Okay, we're speaking our own language at this point.
hey, you know what? It's whatever,
Helps.
whatever works,
Whatever helps you communicate.
right? You go in of note, and this is the place it's most true. It is not completely, but it is unusually a majority human staff, and they all look, let's say, North African, like think Egyptians.
Got it.
Some family resemblance, but not all of them. Like maybe this is extended family, and then it's the sort of standard mix of Haven City, sort of random races, species. You're introduced to a manager, a woman, an older, probably you would guess 50s, 60s, an older woman named Kasmut, is I'm guessing how you say that. I just got it off of the Egyptian list in the appendices. And Kasmut welcomes you in and says, "Yes, inspectors, how can I help you?" I assume you're here about Mr. Durant.
I'm like, was that the name? I've been calling him by his first name the whole time.
Yeah, Baraka.
Yes. Yes. We wanted to know if you recognize these gentlemen. Garret, you have the pictures.
Yeah, we'll
Well, yeah, that was a very good roll for you. And that was yep. She goes, yes, well, as of late in the last month or so, Mr. Durant had been coming here less and less. He had drinks here with this dwarf that you mentioned here. And we noticed, Mr. Durant had been a somewhat known patron, one might say regular, for it must have been almost a year. Within not that long after having drinks with the dwarf here, he was coming here less and less, we noticed, which was a shame. He was a decent patron. That goblin looks familiar to me. But I wouldn't say a regular. Not by any stretch. And the dwarf, I only remember the dwarf because he was here having drinks with Mr. Durant about a month ago.
Okay. Interesting. So the dwarf was here having drinks with the human?
Yes.
And our goblin looks familiar.
Interesting. So that does lead us to the idea that these guys all knew each other.
I'm trying to get in the habit of writing their full names.
Gotcha.
Because in some places I'm writing the first name, and in some places I'm writing the last name, and I'm like, no.
That's just going to confuse me later.
Exactly.
She tells you, it really was a shame. Mr. Durant had always a decent tipper, a good patron, and been coming here. When he first started coming here, he was a little shy about our and she
services?
just gestures to the BDSM equipment and goes, but he became more and more bold over time, more participatory, if you will. And then shortly after his drinks with the dwarf here, he that seemed to embolden him even further, but then stopped coming here.
Now, you may be able to answer this question. Do you think that was a matter of attitude or finance as his emboldening?
Based on his his increasing participation, I would, if I understand your question correctly, Inspector, are you asking if he could no longer afford to come here, or that he?
No, I'm asking the opposite. You said he was shy at first.
Yeah,
and then
I see what you're saying.
Became bolder, but that does fall apart.
So I can tell you, he never seemed to have problems with money.
Okay.
So he could potentially have afforded something more. If he wanted something more bold, well, I know that I am in Hoxton and not Victoria. I guess I can say that.
Okay.
And with your passive insight, I'm going to tell you what she's saying is, if he wanted to get really hardcore, he was going to have to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Again, this is the hot topic, TGI BDSM.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And this is where the human was. And we know
we don't really do that. Ew. Go somewhere else. I can pretend, but
okay.
I
think we've got a connection between them now.
Yeah.
For the first real connection, they were together here. And the goblin has been here before as well. I think that we got to check the job.
Yeah. Where do we start, though?
Goblin. I think we go to Shadowskip first.
Okay.
See what he was working on.
He'll tell us what he was working on.
Well, we may have to make more demands than they're willing.
Okay, you head up to the Whitmore. I keep clicking on the map in the Google Meet, not on the map.
Yeah, I tried that once or twice.
You head up into the Whitmore district, which is where Shadowskip Innovations is.
Mm-hmm.
And you find it. You have the address in the file. It is it's in something akin to, like, I mean, I could.
It's a mall, isn't it? It's like a strip mall.
No. It's more like a Silicon Valley office park, but that doesn't help you if you've never been here. It's
an office park. I mean,
yeah, it's an office park, right? It's not.
I work in Irvine.
You guys. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you know what a fucking office park. I'm sure they're not. It's just yeah. Yeah, it's in an office park. It doesn't even take up a whole floor. Like, haven't you guys been out to Starhammer headquarters?
Yeah,
I feel like we have.
Yeah, like
we
like
talked
Starhammer
to Starhammer.
Yeah. You've talked to Tim. What is the head of Apple's name? Tim
Cook.
Yeah, Cook.
You've
Tim
been
Apple.
to Tim Cook's office. You've been to one Apple loop, right? Like, this is like.
Wasn't that what Trump called him? Tim Apple?
Tim Apple? Yeah.
Yeah, we already interviewed Steve Jobs, so you do not impress us.
Right. You go in and it's got like a, it's an office with a receptionist, and the receptionist sees you and says, "Oh, hello, inspectors. How can I help you today?"
We wanted to talk. Go ahead.
We need all the information you have on one of your employees.
And it just occurred to me what I could do,
Give him a
and
ring.
I'm mad I haven't done it before. Cantrip, minor illusion. This guy, just his head floating above my hand.
Okay, so I have a question for you. The only
Yes.
time you've seen him is when he's on the slab. Is that what your illusion looks like?
No, I make it look like more like the drawing. Like give him
Okay.
a little life.
All right. Just for
Have you seen
funsies.
this guy?
Do your performance check.
I was going to say, just for funsies, give us a flat performance check.
Oh, fuck.
Guidance. You can add a D4 to it.
9.
You can
And
add a
then
D4.
roll a
Plus.
D4.
I have guidance prepared. You can add a D4. At least get the 10.
Hey,
Yeah, 10. 10 will make it serviceable. Hey, in Unearthed Arcana, aren't they switching guidance to a reaction?
I honestly don't know.
Oh, okay.
That would make sense.
Right? Because it's is it one action or is it a bonus action right now?
I think it's one action.
if it starts popping up as like corpse face, I have a inspiration point I can use.
No, the 10 is what you needed to not be full on corpse face.
I guess he doesn't look too lively with the 10, but he doesn't look dead.
Do you have
else
guys?
have
Oh shit, sorry. Okay.
It doesn't matter. Okay, she goes, I see. Will you go ahead and have a seat? I'll get somebody who can help you.
Thank you. I do
Sure.
not sit.
Can I make an insight check? Did she just get really nervous, or did we just surprise her?
You don't need to make a check. Your passive is 15. You didn't surprise her. She's a little nervous, but you're not sure why she's nervous. If you want to see if you can roll higher, you can roll higher.
Yeah, my passive insight is 11, actually.
No, your passive
Mine's
insight is
16.
15.
No, my passive
Oh.
investigation is 15. My passive
Roll your-
insight is 11. So
I've been looking at the wrong thing, so go
I
ahead.
would definitely like
My,
that.
my insight is 16 though, so
Yeah, so you get that she's nervous, but on a 16 you're not. So if you
Well, I
want to,
get-
you can both roll with advantage if you'd like.
I got an 18 on the
30-20.
On those, you're getting that she's nervous, but not from you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's nervous about who she has to go get right now.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed a little jumpy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Oh, have a seat and wait." And I want to kind of look around. I'm gonna like kind of wander around a little bit where I probably shouldn't.
Okay. She goes off. You're in the reception area. You don't, on your passive, you don't see anything necessarily. That's-
Let me go past the reception area.
Time on it.
Okay.
Just kind of poking around. Just kind of walk
I
in.
would like to cast a spell called Gnosco Bonum Il Malum. I'm casting Detect Evil and Good.
Interesting.
Okay, I got to double.
30-foot range, 10-minute duration. It's a concentration spell.
Duration, you know if there's any aberration, celestial, elemental, fire, undead within 30 feet of you. Where the creature is located. Okay.
That is much more limited than I thought it was.
Yep.
No,
That's okay.
I don't have detect magic or anything, but
I was gonna say, well, first off, detect magic would light up like a fucking Christmas tree in this place. I was gonna say, actually, I was gonna joke and go, here's where you find out that Garret is himself undead.
I just checked my my alignment and everything because I was like, well, what is he gonna find on me? Steffi, you're standing on the computer, baby.
Okay.
Did you play D&D? Did you play D&D?
Within 30 feet, are you wandering? Are you wandering sort of like a lost, like, don't mind me, I'm just a cop copping around with Garret?
100%.
Pacing the
No, I'm asking if
exterior of
Cornelius
the room.
is doing
I'm
I see.
pacing the exterior of the room so I can get other rooms in the
Okay.
widen my search area.
I got you. As well as where the creature is located.
Cast. Normal roll.
Okay.
There's no roll.
Something's going ping.
There's no roll.
Takes one action to cast. Range of self. Area of sphere. Area of effects is a 30-foot sphere, so that's also 30 feet above me and below me.
I'm like, do you remember your solo thing with the earth elementals? I'm a warehouse sphere. Like, you're sort of warning, going like, they're right on us. Well, I don't see anything. Then you're reading it wrong, like the font.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Yeah, my solo adventure got ugly.
The long and short of it is, earth elementals, don't look up.
I mean, makes sense.
And Spell Sniper is a great fucking feat.
If you take Eldritch Spear as an invocation, you will shoot for miles and miles.
Yeah. Is the cat rearranging your desk?
I'm at the dining room table, and she wanted on this chair.
Gotcha.
So she was doing everything in her power to make me move the things off the chair so she could get on her chair.
I finally just put one of the cat bed post things right next to it.
Oh, I have one right that's next to my desk. So if I'm actually at my desk in my desk chair, her bed is next to me on like one of those like full on. She's at chest level next to me on my bed. So when I was working over there all the time, she would be right next to me and sleep there.
Because last time Elfie
otherwise she'd walk
over my
across
laptop, she Googled the number 4 somehow.
Oh, this one likes to like hit an F key where like it brings up like the behind the scenes like code and stuff. I get that all the time. I'm like, what did you do?
Brings up the HTML editor.
All my containers are empty. I'm gonna need water soon.
Okay.
All your base belong to us.
I'm going to describe what Garret sees first. As you start to wander a hall, what you're noticing is there's sort of like a, let's call it like a bullpen of desks and cubicles, not unlike your guys' office, but around the edges or around the sort of, let's call it the perimeter, there are rooms that all have such and such lab, or lab 1, lab 2, lab 3, and big heavy doors and no windows on the doors. Joe, as you walk around, you said you were staying initially in the lobby area and just walking the walls, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize he was wandering off. But
yeah, there was a little.
It's 10 minute duration, so I'm going to start with what I said.
Okay, so on both sides, like not the back by where the reception desk is, but on the left and right, not the entrance wall, but left and right walls. You are, so it says if they are magically consecrated or magically desecrated. I'm going to interpret magically consecrated as magically warded or protected, or desecrated as desecrated. You are getting magical protection on both of those walls, And in one of those sides, you are detecting an aberration. And a mildly powerful aberration.
Legality from a legality standpoint.
You would have to check their permits to see if they're permitted to do that sort of work.
Okay.
But permits can be acquired for it.
Okay. So we can't just assume that they're doing something illegal.
Correct. Now,
Okay.
Here's the other thing from a legality standpoint, and I'm not going to make you roll on procedure, is as an inspector, you're allowed to say, may I see your operating permits?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't need a subpoena or you don't need a fucking court, whatever. You can just say, can I see your operating permits? It's part of like transparency of this massively powerful industry going like, yes, look at how we cooperate.
So, not to
I have
metagame
to
too
pee,
much here.
so I'm going to take a quick pause for the cause and refill my water bottle while I'm up.
Okay. Does Cornelius tell me? Does Cornelius tell Garret that he senses this shit?
How quickly do I detect it before he wanders off? Like,
Well, I don't go far. I'm just kind of poking. I'm not like walking the entire perimeter or anything.
Yeah, Garret, the way he explained it to me is like he's trying to accidentally have wandered too far while he's waiting. It probably takes you, are you walking slowly or
hey, can we use our badges
quickly?
to talk to each other when we're out of sight?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and just like, so it doesn't matter where he is. I just go, there's an aberration behind the north wall or south wall or whatever it is.
Okay.
Not very powerful, but
but
by the
there.
way, FYI, fun fact. Okay, I'll be back.
All right.
Fun fact.
So yeah, then that's interesting. I would definitely kind of pay more attention to that area, see what's going on, see if I can see anything.
There are no windows into it. If you try the door to the lab, it is locked.
I don't think I would go that far. Like I probably wouldn't even go like unless that's the wall that's right next to me. I probably wouldn't go that far in. Like I'd kind of be poking at like to see how many people are working and kind of keeping an eye, wandering a little bit, but not. I wouldn't like try and go any doors or anything.
Okay. So when he's saying in the North Lab, that's Lab 1, which you are close to. But again, there's no windows in the door or the wall, so you can't see anything. I'm going to say if you press your ear to it, you don't hear anything either.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, unless you want to see if you can get a natural 20 on perception.
No, because I wouldn't be that obvious about it.
Obvious. Yeah.
Like I'm not going to like try doors or press my ear against walls or anything. I'm just kind of stumble bumming around looking at like, oh, what's this guy doing? What's this guy doing?
Yeah, for sure. So after not too long, the receptionist comes back, and not too long, probably honestly being 4 minutes, which to walk to the back of an office, explain something. Excuse me. The receptionist comes back, who is I just seven, I believe, is a gnome. So the receptionist was a gnome. She comes back with a dressed like a fancy lady, like a fancy professional halfling lady, and comes up and says, "Inspector, my name is Krenna Shadowskip. Can I help you?"
Oh, I sure hope so. And
Do you wanna, and I'm gonna say she takes you and Joe back to her office.
Okay. Shall we give Joe a minute?
Yeah, that's I'm kind of trying to stall for that.
I'm gonna grab some water too. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay.
Joe has too many distractions.
Checking on the Miley while I was up.
She died.
No, but she's pretty achy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. I did the same damn thing. I'm like, yeah, it sucks.
You need to get one of those cat gates that you can like click open.
We had one, and it was too flimsy. So I think I'm gonna rig something up that we can just like flip it up to the side.
Makes sense.
So
That might.
So what you missed, Joe, is not much because then Atomic and I said, let's go to the bathroom and get some water. The gnome receptionist comes back. She comes back with a well-dressed executive halfling woman who introduces herself as Krenna Shadowskip and takes you back into the office. As you're walking along, you pass 3 other labs. So lab 1 was where you detected that first aberration. They are all abjured from the inside. They are all warded and protected from the inside. In lab 2, you detect aberration, and in lab 3, you detect Fey presence. So because your badges...
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, because this is how I've ruled the badges in the past, and I burned a charge for you on your badge, that once you've keyed it in for the day, it's sending. So sending does not have to be verbally spoken. So like once you've keyed it in for the day, that if you do it again the same time in the day, then you can do it basically mentally without tipping anyone off.
That's you can talk to each other in front of people.
Yep. You just remember, ascending is a there and back, right? So you've burned 1 charge, you have 12 charges. I have yet to have either team ever get past like 4 charges in a session, let alone, and they recharge at dawn. So, or
okay, I'm just, as we're walking by, I'm like, aberration, Fey. Hey, why don't I be the good cop this time around?
Sounds like a plan.
Just, Mike, thank you for having us, Miss Shadowskip. Mrs.
no, she's like,
or is it Master Shadowskip? Shadowskip.
She says it's Ms. and like, and smiles as though to say like, that's sweet of you to be fumbling around with it.
Well,
like,
I am awkward.
You are. She says it's Miss Shadowskip, and honestly, you can call me Krenna Inspector.
Thank you, Krenna. Okay, this is a little more like shoe leather than the last piece. I thank you for your time. What kind of work do you do here? It's artificing, obviously, but
right. And she does that smile that somebody, and like that, right, which is like, you just overly simplified very difficult work, and I'm gonna try and let it slide. She goes, right, we are a newer firm. We do deep artificing magical research, and we specialize in areas that the big 3, and even I'm sure you've heard of Winter Chill and Light Pipe, which they call the little 2. We research areas that those other firms are not currently into, and we're trying to different. Yeah, exactly, and that's how we're gonna, yeah, exactly. That's how we're going to differentiate ourselves in the market.
All right. What's your specialty?
Well, I'm going to say that we research in proprietary areas, but broadly speaking, I can tell you that we explore working with what you might have heard as the Shadowfell, which is where many aberrations originate. She doesn't say that. When I do Moose Ears, that's the DM. Yeah.
I just kind of, hey, you want to take over from here, buddy?
I think I would really appreciate it if you would show us your permits.
100%. And she gets up and she goes to what is clearly a magically and intricately mechanically locked safe. Mm-hmm. And there's some stuff. You see a couple of codices in there. You see a couple of boxes with something in there, but as well in there is like a leather a leather bound thing you keep sort of loose paper in. I guess it's like a portfolio. That'd be a portfolio.
Yeah.
So she brings out a portfolio and she pulls out something like that. Clearly she's protecting these very important legal documents is what I'm trying to convey here. And she pulls out and hands you a stack of probably half a dozen permits. And as you go through, just both of you, well, Garret, I know that you're looking at them closely. Roll me a law procedure with advantage.
Both or just him?
If you want to do it as well, you can as well.
Oof, only a 13.
Okay. Are you rolling, Joe?
Yeah.
Okie doke. Oh, I see it.
I didn't do much better. 14.
14. Okay. She has tier 1, 2, and 3 licenses to work with aberration, and she has tier 1, 2, and 3 licenses to work with Fae.
Okay.
She didn't mention Fae, but she has permits for them. Tiered licenses go to 5, just FYI.
And I didn't sense anything that would bust that out, right?
You did. So let me tell you, just in strict mechanical terms, each tier is worth 2 points of challenge rating. So with tier 3, you can go up to challenge rating 6. You didn't detect anything over challenge rating 2.
Okay. Ooh, great way to put it. Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
So I'll just flip through them real quick and be like, "Thank
I'll
you."
be stealing that from my game.
Just had to do these as a formality, of course.
Oh, of course, we will always. Yes, she goes. Of course, no problem. Cornelius, your passive invest. Now that I'm just making sure I'm reading my own fucking notes correctly, your passive invest. I can just look in your character sheet on that 15. So there are many parts to a permit, right? The written out language, the stamp, the embossment, the blah, blah, blah. Under petitioning agency, it says
Wextrock and Bell Esquire.
No, it does not. It says so it says Shadowskip Innovations. Under advocating agency, it says PEM legal. And both of you know the largest intellectual property legal firm in the city is called Prettymorn, Everspring, and Moonlight. PEM legal. So for a firm this size to be paying for the most expensive, high-priced, the Rolls-Royce of legal firms, that pings in your head pretty quickly because, like, oh, PEM. And also, you were looking for Wextrock and Belfie. You're like, it'll be Wextrock and Belfie. I've got this connection. And you're like, oh, no, that's interesting.
But you know what you need to afford PEM? Venture capital.
Yep, Skrilla.
Right, but it also could mean that our goblin was stepping out, was trying to do things on the side, and that's why he needed
Need a lawyer.
a lawyer for his
Cover his ass. Or break
Taking-
a contract.
or right. Okay. So I'll just say, can you tell us anything about what was it Gim? Yeah. Mr. Ranks was working on for you?
Well, some of that is still proprietary, and
Understood.
so I think what I can say
Good
is,
long
sure. She goes, sure. Mr. Gim Ranks was involved in our advanced communications research, which would be using unconventional magics. Like, for example, I know your inspector badges are bound with sending spells in them, and those are pretty conventional. We consider that more conventional magics. One of the things that are considered pretty unconventional in the Guildar Union, and which is not terribly common, is to use, let's call it mental magic, is a term most people are more comfortable with.
Or
Interesting.
psychic.
That's the term people are less comfortable with, yes.
Interesting. And did you ever have any disciplinary issues with him? Model employee?
Well, what's a model employee? His research was done well, and his documentation was always in on time.
No interpersonal issues?
Send to Garret. Can we ask to see his contract? Can we do that?
We're gonna have to see whatever the fuck we want.
Whether or not you get it is a different story, but Garrett's right. You can ask whatever you want. You say, any discipline issues? And she goes, no. None that come to mind.
Any interpersonal issues with other members of the staff?
Inside check. I would like to inside check. That sounded
Roll.
like a lie.
You said the interpersonal thing. She responds by saying he got along well with his team. as far
I
as
have no
know.
idea. Never mind.
At least there's a 5+1 and not a 1+5.
Was it did any of it come off across, like, I'm not going to roll an insight check, but with a 16 passive, did any of it come across as less than honest?
Yes, but you're not exactly sure what.
Okay. All right.
Can we see his lab?
Maybe talk to a
No,
few
I'm
coworkers.
sorry. I can have you talk. We can have some of his team brought out, but I can't let you into the lab. First off, they're in the middle of an experiment at the moment. And second, it's all proprietary. So,
Yeah,
I mean, unless you're willing to sign just a mountain of NDAs.
I don't think that'll be necessary. I'm not as concerned with his work as I am with his maybe talking to some people that he worked with.
Mm.
As his personal
Sure. Well, sure. Well, we can. Yeah. Would you like me to have some of his research fellows come out as soon as they're done?
That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. We'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. Can I will see how long that's going to take, and I'll send Lillian with some tea, coffee.
That'd be great. Thank you.
She leaves.
I had some bad chicken. Where's your privy?
She tells you she smirks and tells you where the bathroom is.
All right.
All right, she leaves and head.
Oh, just real quick. Yeah, my detect good and evil only lasts 10 minutes, so it's just like I don't want to be kept waiting and have this spell expire. So I'm gonna explore a little more on my way to the restroom.
Okay. She heads towards lab 2. You've already been that way. So on your way to the bathroom, which happens to not be in the same direction, she's got a corner office, right? So you're heading towards labs 4 through 6. The coming from what looks like a kitchen, like a kitchenette, the gnomish receptionist from up front goes, "Oh, Inspector, Miss Shadowskip asked me to bring you this coffee. I thought you were going to be in the office."
Oh, just need to make a real quick pit stop, if you know what I mean.
And then she looks at you. "Yes, but I'm supposed to bring you this coffee." And it's a coffee on a saucer.
I'll enjoy that a lot more after I make my pit stop.
Just under me.
Okay. And then she definitely, she looks nervous. And when you say, "I'll da da da," and she like, her eyes dart like super faintly. And then she carries on towards the corner office.
What was she looking at?
She was looking around at who was around her.
Are any of them demons or anything?
No,
Okay, come on.
no, she's just a gnome. Okay. So you get, the privy takes you past lab 4, and off of lab 4 you get more Fae. And then just as you're getting to lab 5, your spell starts to end, and you think you're catching aberration off of it. And let's say
Not spell.
lab 4 was radiating powerful Fey energy.
Like above a 3?
No,
Rank?
but like
Okay.
like a tier 3, like tier 3 permits required for lab 4. And then lab 5, which was that sort of flash just before it went away, was sort of mid-tier, mid-level, maybe tier 2 level aberration work. So no permit violation. While he's gone, Lily comes into you, and she's holding like a silver coffee service tray, and she sets it down on the table between the 2 chairs where you were sitting in, Cornelius. And she says, and she looks at you. She comes around in front of you, so she's between the desk, and you see her look at the door, and she goes, "Inspector, I do hope you enjoy your coffee," and kind of gives you, with your passive insight, a meaningful look, and then leaves.
Okay. I'm gonna fish, see what's in the coffee.
There's nothing in the coffee. Tell me how you pick up the coffee. I love this sort of a fucking question as a DM.
Like, as
Here's what I'm
carefully.
put the tray down, right?
She put the tray down. You've got saucers, coffee cups.
I'm gonna pick up the saucer with the cup on it. And then I'll lift, like, I'm gonna just quickly fish a finger in the cup, and if I don't feel anything in there, I'll lift the cup off the saucer.
You feel nothing but hot coffee in the coffee. When you lift the cup, there's a small folded piece of paper.
And I'll just kind of take that, and I'm not going to drink the coffee just in case, but I will.
What do you do with the paper?
I'll unfold it, but very cautiously and nonchalantly, trying to keep it hidden.
Okay. In quickly scrawled handwriting is the name Donella Knot River, which I just put in the chat.
Knot River. Okay. Interesting.
Anything interesting in the bathroom?
They appear to be unisex and automatic faucets, but not paper towel dispensers, because those things are fucking bullshit.
What?
Sorry, the automatic sinks and the automatic soap dispensers and the automatic paper towel dispensers, I hate them all. None of them work correctly.
The automatic sinks at our new office recognizes me as a sentient being half the time. I'm just like,
Oh.
The yeah.
water.
Yeah, exactly. The ones that are like typified the worst are the San Jose airport soap dispensers, and the sinks are fucking terrible. And I'm like, it's Silicon Valley. Make it fucking work. Like, all the technology's made here.
Okay.
Vanilla, not river. Okay.
When I come out the bathroom, check the hallway, see if anybody's looking.
What do you mean anybody's looking?
I'm gonna wander.
Okay.
I'm gonna
No,
look around.
There are people working at their desks, but you're walking around either in your inspector tabard or your badge, and they're like, you're clearly not the first one they've seen recently, so they're kind of ignoring you.
All right. I'm just gonna wander around. Like
All
you
right.
did.
They are all a little like, don't look at my paper. They have a very strong, don't look at my paper, don't copy off my paper energy. I'm
But my spell expired.
You've talked about like certain buildings tonight are pinging memories for you. I am reminded of walking through the Google Boulder offices when they didn't realize the education people would be there, and all the Googlers acting like we were there to steal corporate secrets, when we were like, we don't understand what you're doing right now. So we're just fucking impressed, right? Like a lot of like turning monitors off as we walked past.
Oh wow, that going that far, huh?
Well, so to be fair, we had wandered into an area that we hadn't been told we weren't supposed to be in. So that was part of it. But some of them were like, also, who are you and why are you here? We were there for Innovator Academy, which are always held at a Google campus, but no one had told the Boulder office they were hosting a bunch of teachers. So
it's a bunch of people working at cubicles.
And about half the cubicles are empty, and you assume because they're in labs. All the desks have locks on them. All the drawers, desk drawers, all the cabinets, everything has locks all over it.
I'm looking for a present employee who has a plant on their desk.
Okay. Weirdo.
Do I find one, or do I spot one?
Are you looking for a cubicle with a nameplate and a plant, or a cubicle with
a person and a plant?
Okay, yeah, you see a halfling toiling away at their desk, and they have a nameplate on their cubicle that says Andon Mistmorn. It's in the chat.
All right. As I walk up, what's the range? About 5 feet from them, Spiritus Salve, Duve Me. I cast Druidcraft and make their plant open up, like bloom or whatever I can make it do with Druidcraft, just to like get their attention.
I wanted you to kind of be watching what's going on from the corner.
It's a cantrip. Fuck it.
Sure. Garret, are you wondering where the hell he's gone and you're watching?
No, I'm just kind of standing I'll stand at the doorway of the office and just kind of keep an eye out what's going on in the office. Just keeping an eye out.
Well, isn't Cornelius like 6 foot something?
No. Or wait.
No, you're 5'7". What am I?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Well,
I'm taller than
you can see like you could probably see like the head of Cornelius wandering around, and you see him. You watch him cast something, and then you watch a potted flower plant sort of blossom and grow and like, thrive.
I'm less concerned about what he's doing and more concerned about the people that are watching him and keeping an eye on, like, just kind of seeing how people are reacting to him.
What was the
Okay.
employee's name on the indicator?
Andon
Mistmorn.
Andon Mistmorn. It's in the chat if you need to copy and paste. Andon does not seem so involved in what he is doing that he does not notice his Stargazer Lily absolutely fucking thrive. Did I tell a story too? And they're not telling that story. You don't see anyone eyeballing or clocking Joe necessarily. Like I said, they've been visited by the inspector's office a couple times, and he was found yesterday, right? Like the other inspector team was here yesterday, so they're like, okay, I guess we deal with cops for a little bit because Ranks got killed. Gim Ranks got killed.
So I just lean in. Oh, what a lovely lily.
Yeah. He goes, yeah, it's a present from, oh my God. What the hell?
You must have a green thumb along with your technical knowledge.
It's like, oh shit, did I do that? And then gets up and starts looking at his lab coat. It's like, did something come with me from the lab? And then picks up some sort of tool and clicks a couple of buttons, and it's like it goes. It's an all-purpose artificer tool that's flipping what it's doing, and then like aims it at himself and casts something, and he's like, no, oh thank God, okay. Here. Like basically, you watched him panic and cast detect magic on himself because he thought he pulled something out of the lab with him. Like basically didn't go through the clean protocol correctly. And
I bet he works with the Fae.
not a terrible guess.
Excuse me, Andon, is it?
Yeah, Andon.
Did you know Mr. Ranks?
Him? I knew him, but we were in a different lab. He's finally like convinced he didn't screw up and is calming down.
I'm going to use ascending to tell Cornelius the name Danella Knot River. Ask about Danella Knot River.
What about Danella?
Oh, she wasn't in my lab either, but she left. She left almost a month ago now. What's going on with Danella?
Oh, it's just a name somebody mentioned.
Somebody here said Danella Knot River to you?
Oh, you know I can't tell you who or where.
Right. He goes, "Oh yeah, I got it. I'm not under NDA with you guys." Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
You say that, or is that just Joe?
No, that's Joe talking.
Yeah.
His concern was that he's not under NDA with us to mention Danella.
Yeah.
Well, so Joe was like, I can't comment on an ongoing investigation, but all he said was, I can't tell you, right? The way a tech person would put that in their own framework is, oh, right, I'm not under NDA. So that's just how he phrased it. Yeah, no, she left about a month ago. But she was She was on the Lab 2 team, so.
Oh, the aberration team.
You just get one of these. I don't know.
I just nod like, oh yeah, I understand.
Garrett, you see Krenna come out of Lab 2 with a couple of folks in tow.
I'll give Cornelius one of these.
What? You know, we can talk to each other, right?
You want me to waste a spell to say get your ass back over here?
It's still running. I'm like, okay. I know.
I mean, it isn't, but okay, it's fine.
Oh, I thought it was.
No,
it's,
they're
I can say
ascending back.
you can say something back.
Mm,
That's one charge.
Sorry.
And I believe you have 30 words?
25.
25.
25. I should have known that as they count every time somebody does ascending in Critical Role.
Yep.
Badly, I might add.
Yeah, I swear to God, sometimes they're counting syllables.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, total. It is
Not
very
how any
much.
of this works.
It's very much not. Yes, agreed.
But then also, Laura Bailey is brilliant at her sendings. When she was Jester, at least.
Was that the one that ended in "Are you pooping"?
Are you
pooping? Yeah.
That was because she had extra words. Sometimes it would be do 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 do.
Yeah.
Because she still had words.
I turned to Andon and just like, oh well, thanks for chatting with me, Andon. I'll be sure to remark on your cooperation. I walk away.
As you walk away, he goes, "But I didn't whatever," and then goes back to.
But I didn't what? I was dead at the time.
I said nothing. Krenna Shadowskip comes in. She's got a goblin and a halfling with her who are wearing like an electric blue lab coats.
Can you close the map? Like, I don't need to see that.
I forget it's there sometimes. I just screen share and forget it's there sometimes.
There we go. Now I can see your pretty faces. Ugh.
You need a bigger screen.
I need prettier friends.
Two things can be true at the same time.
Porque no dos.
She
Yes.
Yeah.
You gotta remember that one.
Porque no los dos. So she's got two of her researchers in tow, a male goblin and a male halfling. They're wearing like electric blue lab coats. And they look like they have stuff in their pockets and their hair's a little they are disheveled, whereas Krenna Shadowskip is distinctly sheveled. And she says, inspectors, this is Forgith Rock, who is the team lead in Lab Team 2 in Aberrant Communications. And this is Priskin Sugarbread, who is one of our researchers.
Sorry.
That's racist, sir.
I get this way around halflings. Sorry. You were saying.
They will be happy to help you with whatever you need to know.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
aside from anything proprietary. And she sits down at her desk, and they sort of stand there to the side, like kind of like, sup cops, like they're not even not that chalant. They're like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this now. Like they just sort of look at you expectantly.
I'm going to ask her if she has a conference room or something we could step into to chat with them. We don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. I'm sure you have important things to deal with.
Sure. Forgith, can you take them into conference too? They take you out of the office, sort of in the direction of the bathrooms, and then there's a small conference room with some like, gray slates with all kinds of colored chalk, and he actually opens up and looks in and goes, "Oh, they erased the boards. We're good." And then goes in, and you sit down at a pretty nice conference table with some pretty cushy chairs. The walls all have like slate, like writable slate strips on them. You see all different kinds of colored chalk all over the place.
Sure.
There's water service, etc. They sit down, and Forgith, who she said is the lead researcher in Lab 2, what she called the Aberrant Communications Lab, says, "How can I help you, inspectors?"
Give me just a sec. I think I have to feed the cats real quick. So yeah, I'll just kind of. So I'm just interested in what you can tell me about your colleague, Gim Ranks.
Gim was a solid researcher. He's a good guy on the team. He's going to be hard to replace, frankly. We were shocked to hear that he was dead, and even more shocked to hear that it might have been foul play. Well, I mean, it must have been if they found him in a dumpster. And Priskin is like kind of looking at the desk and goes, "Yeah, it must have been." With both.
What, if anything, sorry.
Garret, on your passive, you've clocked that Priskin is not making eye contact. Doesn't seem nervous, but he's not making eye contact.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask your question, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe. And then I have to step away for a second.
Oh,
okay.
What, if anything, can you tell us about his work?
So there's two parts to our work. One part is figuring out how the mental magic works of the thing, and then the other part is how to get it infused in a stable way into some equipment. And he was sort of like, he was our infusing guy. He was the guy who figured out he was the best at getting stuff to be stable on the equipment.
Okay.
Keep going. I'll be right back.
All right. Do you ever talk about his personal life?
I mean, to some degree. As far as we know, he was single. He kind of liked to give the impression that he was some kind of ladies' man, but I don't know.
You had your doubts, did you? This is the goblin talking, obviously.
This is only the goblin. Yeah, the halfling is not. The halfling's clearly paying attention, but looking at the table.
Yeah.
And he goes, and this goblin looks like he's early middle age, right? He's a little older. He's not much older, but he's a little older. Goblins live like human lifespan, so he's like 40-ish. He goes, "Look, I came here from hold on,
Goblin Town.
No. I came here from Winter Chill Innovation Dynamics because of the exciting work here. I've got a wife. I've got 2 kids. I don't, younger guys like to run their mouths. When I was a younger guy, I like to run my mouth. It was never true.
Just kind of laugh like, I understand. I've been there. How old is my character? 30. Just like, okay. So my back's been bothering me for several weeks now. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. This is a contraption I bought Miley a year or 2 ago. It is intense.
Yeah. Massage guns are pretty, some of them are pretty freaking intense.
I have been looking for this for a month and I found it today and it's been charging for like 2 hours. Finally.
Is it helping?
Well, it's loud, so I'm going to use it later, but I can already feel my muscles going, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna put you through your paces. Oh, I got plans for you, little one. I have been, as soon as I clock out every day, popping a gummy, like 5 and 5 THC CBD blend I got. Oh my god, I've been in a constant fugue state for about a week now.
Because of the pain?
Yeah, because it's, if I'm still for a while, I'll forget about it and then I'll like twist a certain way or get up and be like, oh yeah, that's not good. And I have no memory of injuring it.
Yeah, you might just be, is it the chairs at work? Are you just like sitting in a bad position?
I don't think so. No, this is like, this feels like I did something to it.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know what it is. I've already been x-rayed. And the doctor like feel around my midsection to see if everything felt good, right. And she was like, but I had a real bad cold, which my doctor keeps referring to as bronchitis. And I was just like, nah, I had bronchitis when I was a kid. This was just a bad cold. She's like, well, maybe you just hurt your muscles coughing too hard. And I'm like, oh. And when she first told me that, I went, yeah, that's probably it. I've had that happen plenty of times. But I was like, nope. It's been 2 weeks and this feels different. So I don't know. Going to see if our insurance covers a chiropractor.
I started seeing a chiropractor when I was dating Trina, who is a fantastic chiropractor, but they are 90 minutes away. I've got to find one more local that I like because I have some crazy tension in my mid back. And when I stretch my neck this way, a thing is happening that happened before that tells me my neck is out of alignment. And do you remember? It's probably 2 years ago now. I may not have told you, but I had so much tension from being out of alignment that when I think it's when I stretched my neck this way or that way, I can't remember, but it was actually, I think it was doing this way. It actually is compressing the blood vessel that carries most of the blood up into your brain. And I did that after getting out of the shower one day and passed myself out.
Oh my God.
Fell rib first into the toilet bowl, and I didn't fracture anything, but I hit my head and I hit my head on something, and like after that had to get up, and while sitting on the bed had to stretch my neck, so because once it was stretched it would loosen up enough to not do that. But like there were a couple times where I'm like,
Vulcan neck pinch.
Essentially, yes. I'm about to say there's literally
I'm tired. I can't sleep.
You're laughing, but I did that. I'm like, I can't sleep. And then just knocked myself out.
That is A, terrifying, and B, I'm very jealous of. If
So
I
the
had
only
a
problem
way
with that
to
is there's
just,
only,
if I had an off button, I'd be
the only
using
problem with
One
having only 2 players is that when one of them has to get up and feed the cats, it kind of brings things to a stop. Sorry about that.
and you come back to
That's okay.
weird stuff.
Oh no, none of that's weird.
Okay, so you guys took him to the conference room, and Cornelius asked,
About
"Tell
his
us what he
personal
did." And
life.
I think, tell us what he did. He said about the personal life, and go ahead, explain.
He fancied himself a ladies' man, but
Mm.
our middle-aged goblin is just like, yeah, whatever, kid.
I'm gonna
And
ask about.
the halfling is still avoiding our eyes.
Yeah, obviously. Do you know if he was in any sort of relationship with Danella Knot River? And I want to insight, like, really keep an eye on these. Their
Ooh, I don't know what's
body
going
language
on
and
or
stuff
why
when they
that
say her
name means
name.
something, but I want to do insight too. Like, the fuck is Danella not
All right, Joe, you need to roll insight with advantage. Garrett, your passive is enough, although you can roll to see if you go higher. If you get lower, it won't hurt you, though.
Sure, why not? With advantage?
Yes, both of you.
Oh,
I'm
I just rolled
sorry.
2 19s.
Yeah, double natural 19s.
Nice. I did not roll that well, so my 16 stands.
Okay. So on those, I just rolled their deceptions. They did terribly.
Good.
They're engineers.
100%.
Their lying is we just don't tell you things. We don't have to lie about them. We just say, oh,
I just stare at my shoes.
right.
So Priskin,
Bless you.
the
Sorry.
Priskin, the halfling, his eyes, and I'm gonna do this without my glasses so you can see better what I'm doing. So he's been like this the whole time, just kind of nodding and sort of, and you say Danella Knot River, and Priskin goes like this, and then like eyes get big, and then looks at, still not looking at you, but is looking at Orgith, the goblin, and the goblin is mentally flat-footed and goes, I'm sorry, what did you ask about Miss Knot River?
Oh, was she in some?
She doesn't work here anymore.
Yeah, but what was her relationship with
she was on our team, and she was also involved in our research.
Mm-hmm.
And then he masters himself, and you sort of like lose that behind. Garrett sort of loses that behind the scene, and but Cornelius still kind of has him locked in, and he's just recovered himself. Like, you definitely asked him a question. I'm not supposed to talk about her. I didn't expect it coming here, so I wasn't ready for it. And now he's got himself like mastered, and he's going to be able to lock back down.
The wall. He's like, "Where's that wall?" Ah, here you go.
100%. So you have he's beat your 19, but you have enough to know now that whatever you ask, whatever he tells you right now is going to be, if not an outright lie, a highly sanitized version.
Cool. Hey, Mr. Rack, I'm going to ask you to step outside for a minute, please.
Of course. And I'm acting. Of course. And then gets up and leaves. And you can tell intentionally leaves the door open.
Oh, I'm walking him out, like hand on my shoulder. Like, thank you so much. I appreciate everything. And like, as soon as he's out, I close the door.
You can tell he's
we're in a
beelining
conference
back.
room, right?
Yeah, you're in the conference room. You can tell he's beelining back to Shadow Skip's office.
Were we sitting or standing, do you think?
I think we were
Yeah,
sitting at first.
I was going to say, I think Cornelius probably is still sitting. They were sitting. I assumed we were all sitting. And then,
Yeah.
and then
But now I've
Garret,
stood up.
yeah,
And
Garret
I
is like,
stand up as well.
And I'm going to walk around the table and stand behind Sugar Bread.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
sit on the table in front of him.
Lean over. So I'm like
Like-
kind of hunched over him. I'm like, tell me about
You're like-
Danella.
you're like badgering Brendan Dassey on to create a murderer. Danella is a really good researcher. She was on the infuser team, and she doesn't
What was
work here
Gim's
anymore.
relationship with her? Why? is
And suddenly we're on a podcast.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to convey he's speaking really quietly. You have to be leaned
I
in.
love it. I love it.
They didn't really have a relationship, not like that.
You sure of this?
I know that Danella didn't want to have anything to do with them outside of work, and I know that there was a settlement, and I know that we're not supposed to talk about it.
Why is she gone? We can do this here, or I can take you down to the station.
I'm trying to think of how to say it. He's not hesitating.
Okay.
He's like, probably because he had more knowledge than her, so it was easier to keep him for the project.
Sure. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. How much do you know about Gim outside of work?
I didn't ever want to have anything to do with him outside of work.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but he had certain proclivities.
I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and say you locked the conference room door. There's knocking at the
Absolutely.
there's knocking at the conference room door, and somebody's trying to open it. You can see there is a window, and Krenna Shadowskip is there with the goblin.
At the
with
window?
Forgath.
They're at the door.
Wait, is there an outside window or it's just the
No,
Oh,
there's
it's-
a window on the conference door.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
okay.
a window from the hallway. They didn't go outside to pound on the window from.
I was like, holy shit,
No.
jump the gun on that.
So, you all, I assume, look to see who's knocking and pounding on the door, and well, he does, and he sees Krenna and clams right up.
I just kind of pat him on the shoulder. I was like, nothing to worry about. We're done here.
I'll go open the door for them.
Okay.
As you get up to open the door, I'm just going to walk up right next to you and be like, we're done here. And then just start walking out.
Okay.
Yes, we're done here.
As you're walking away, you hear through gritted teeth, "What did you say?" They were asking about, and then the door closes. As the door closes, so you hear her say, "What did you say?" You hear Forgith say, "They were asking about," and then you just make out Priskin Sugarbread go, "The truth," and like a weird, like, where did that diminutive little, that shy halfling just grow balls from all of a sudden?
Apparently his spine was in his outer jacket. And he just it's like I'm silent as we walk out the door until we get outside. I'm
Okay.
like, Danella?
Before you
What?
get outside, you hear hurried footsteps of somebody this is so modern. Never mind. You hear heels clicking along quickly behind you, but that's way too modern. And Krenna Shadowskip comes up and goes, look, I don't know why you were asking about people who don't even work here anymore, but those personnel are under, is it called an NDA? Like when people do settlements and they agree not to talk about them, is that called an NDA or?
Yeah.
We'll call it that. We'll call it that. But a gag order is what I think what I was thinking. She's like, but anyone who may have been released here under any circumstances may be under an NDA or may be under a gag order. And if you want to go that route, that's fine. But we have been cooperative with you
have a
about
complete misunderstanding of what we're
remain
doing
case.
here. No, I'm going to completely cut her off and be like, I think you have a misunderstanding of what we're doing here. I'm investigating a murder.
This time, I do the illusion of the dead face. This is our concern.
I don't give two fucks about what you're doing here unless you murdered him or have something to do with his murder, in which case I will burn this place to the fucking ground. Otherwise, you'll answer my questions about the personal life of somebody that is no longer with us. And that's all I had to ask about. I just wanted a little bit of information. Don't care about the research. Don't care about what they were doing inside the work. I'm wondering about what was going on outside. That's all. You can go back and do your things now. We're leaving.
Goodbye.
And I'll give her a smirk and walk out.
Turn around, walk away, still silent until we get a good distance away. And I'm just like, what crawled in your coffin?
Oh, no, that was just fun.
Oh, okay.
Be like, and then I'm going to tell him and be like, so the receptionist slipped me the name.
Oh, the coffee? That was weird.
I assume that
I thought she was trying to poison me at first.
well, I don't know if this is in fact the issue, but at this point, I believe we have our murder suspect.
There was a settlement.
He did something to her.
But settlement usually means
The company paid her off.
lawyers.
Mm-hmm. And a bank to finance said settlement, perhaps?
Yeah. Well,
We need to find an Elenot River.
And we also need to visit Wextrot and Belfie.
Yes, that'll be another stop on the list. But let's start with this, and I'm going to call into to base and see if we can find any information on a Elenot River.
Last known address.
Yeah, last known address, current works, whatever.
Okay, you key into base, key into headquarters, and they go, okay, we'll get one of the research assistants on that right away, and we'll report back as soon as we find it.
10-4.
Hey, I need to wrap up relatively soon.
Okay.
Of
Can we go 19 more minutes?
course.
Okay. Okay. So you've been to the first. Shadowskip is in Whitmore. The next closest one, assuming you're doing all the employers, is Shoreditch, which is Wextrock and Belfie, the law firm.
That's where we want to go. Yeah.
Okay. You head down into Shoreditch.
While we're walking, and I'm like, okay, so what we're talking about now is what, a simple revenge thing? I mean, we have engineer who was not as high ranking as the victim getting released from the company for something the handsy goblin into BDSM did to her at the workplace.
Right, and they kept him and not her because he was smarter.
Yeah. The subject matter they work on is aberration communications.
Something that might, I don't know, blow up your head with psychic damage.
Yeah. Now, that makes sense for ranks, but not for the other two.
Right. So there's still some other connection here.
Yeah.
Depending on what was done to Danella that caused this whole thing, do we have any sense of what race Danella is?
You
Not
can tell by
River?
the name. Go ahead. Say what you are going to guess.
I was going to say sounds like dwarf or halfling to me.
Yeah.
Maybe hobgoblin. Okay.
No. It's the both of you would guess halfling first, and then gnome or dwarf maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't think she is. If she's a halfling or dwarf.
That's
then
a
she's not-
really weird angle of attack on the
Not
rapier.
Yeah.
But she may have some insight into it.
Yeah. Still worth talking to.
She is still our best connection right now. And whatever was done to her could still be the motive, whether it was her that did it or somebody that was doing it
which
because of her.
which of the Bix had the downward angle wound?
Our goblin.
Our goblin, okay.
He's the only one.
And the psychic damage.
Isn't that right? Yeah.
Now, I've been assuming someone tall. What if it's someone who can fly or float or something?
Hey, what did you come up with? This is just me coming back to something you did. When you were looking through the psychic damage spells, did you come across anything that...
There was nothing I really liked.
Okay.
There was a couple things. Like I was looking at, I didn't go high level. So I was just kind of looking at stuff like Phantasmal Force and what was it, like Mind Blank or something? No, that wasn't. It was
Lab 2. Did I get a feeling of what tier Lab 2's aberration was?
Um,
Because you told me for Lab 4 and Lab 5, but not the first three.
yeah, it was tier 2, so it's up to challenge rating 4.
Okay.
Mind Spike. That was the one I was looking at.
Ooh, yeah.
But Dissonant Whispers is a good one too. Psychic Lance is pretty impressive.
Rathalim Psychic Lance is a fucking gross spell. I have used it as a player on people. And just like, hey, here's the thing that a lot of people aren't proficient in saves of: intelligence. Lots of people con, strength, and wisdom. Not a lot of people intelligence saves.
Yeah, that's sick. 120-foot range. Int spell does 7d6 psychic. Jesus.
And then just add a d6 for each level above base cast. So like, I got your one person, no collateral damage fireball right here.
Yeah.
Okay. You get to the law firm. where Baraka Durant worked, Wextrup
Uh-huh.
and Belfi. It is a sort of a medium-sized law firm, very Tony inside, very shishi and bougie. As is like to be expected, right? Like not a shock. The receptionist sees you. It's a male half orc and says, "Oh, good afternoon, inspectors. And how can I help you?"
Shit. Where do we start with this?
We're interested in talking to someone, maybe in HR. I don't know who it would be in this case, pertaining to Baraka Durant, and perhaps some of his cases.
Yes. Well, I could fetch somebody from human resources for you, or the junior partner who took over his cases, or I could get you one of the senior partners if you'd like.
The gentleman who took over his cases would be great, actually.
Certainly. Can I get you anything while you wait?
No, we're fine, thank you.
Okay.
I have donuts.
I have donuts. He's like, nice.
I ate so many donuts during your games.
In not terribly large amount of time, a youngish, like let's say 40s, which is, he appears to be a late 20s dwarf, comes out dressed like an attorney in the time and location.
Hey,
and he goes, yeah, he's like, "Hi, inspectors. My name is Call Mountain Heart." I'll go ahead and just adopt that because Atomic did it. Yeah, he
Carl?
goes, Call, Kall, Mountain Heart. Would you like me to put it in the chat?
Sure.
He goes, "Come on back to my office. I'd be happy to speak with you guys."
Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Sure. We were all, really hit home to hear about Baraka getting, well, killed. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. But yeah, I mean, the law waits for no man.
That's where walk into his office and go, "Oh, excuse me, just a minute," and I walk back out to the hallway, or the lobby. Cognical bonum il malum. I'm casting Detect Good and Evil again.
Okay, within the confines of that spell, you get some magical abjuration, like wards and stuff protected, and you're like, "Oh, that's on a safe. That's on a file vault. That's a blah blah blah." But you're not detecting. It's a law firm. Like they have magical locks and protections, but they don't.
But it really helped me out at the last place. So I'm just like, you know what?
No, makes complete sense, but also
No.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
No, let me put it this way, a lot of magical document security is what you're getting off of it.
Okay.
And he says, "So, gosh, it's almost been a week. How can I help you guys?"
I just had a few questions, maybe about a couple cases, and I don't want to get too into the woods about this because I'm sure open cases you can't discuss or anything. But
Sure.
Really, I was interested in kind of his work with Gim Ranks and Danella Knot River.
Is Gimrinks? Danella sounds like a person. Is Gimrinks a firm or is it?
Oh no, they're both people.
Oh, they're both people. Okay. Cool. And then like gets up and goes into his file cabinet and is like digging through, and he goes, so we're an IP firm, and it might make my life a little bit easier if you told me like what organizations or what firms they were connected with.
Oh, they would have been with the Shadowskip Innovative.
Oh, okay. And you get off of your insight that like you just made his life a lot easier. Like he's not prevaricating at all right now. He's
Mhm.
like, I gotta look by a person. Again, also no computer files. So like some things magic helps, but there's no magic control
Sure.
F. Um, he's filing through and he goes, oh, shadow skip. So I only have one file on shadow skip, and it looks like this was subcontracted out by PEM. And then he looks up and he goes, do you know who they are? Like, and he's got like a he's a little starstruck, let's put it that way. And he's like, it looks like it was kind of a run-of-the-mill patent filing, with him as the named person, but Shadow Skip, who looks like it's his employer, is a party of interest, and that yeah, so that's that. And he's like, Shadow Skip, and it, I mean, like, I'm going to be clear, he pulls these files out and he's opening
never
them
seen
in a way that you can't read them, but
Sure.
he goes through the files that he has, and he's like, I'm not seeing anything for a Denell and Knot River here.
Okay. What is the patent filing for?
He looks at it and he looks at you and goes, now, hypothetically, because Shadow Skip is still a client, so
That's not
I
Shadow Skip's
couldn't
patent.
say. Well, in the case of Gimrinx's death, it does default to Shadow Skip.
I see.
So hypothetically, if I were to answer that, which of course I can't answer it factually, but if I were to hypothetically answer this question, then I would tell you that this hypothetical patent might be for what looks like, and now he's like some
He has no idea what he's looking at.
advanced communication device.
That's all right.
I see.
Do you want me to maybe check with some of the other junior partners and see if there's anything related to a Denell and Knot River related to Shadow Skip?
You know, I would love that.
Okay. Can I get you anything? I just got to talk to one other guy.
No, we're totally set. Thank you.
Okay. He takes his files, he puts them in the cabinet, relocks the cabinet, leaves, is gone for about 10 minutes, and comes back with another like late 30s human, also dressed in like lawyer clothes, who's
I was just
holding
saying that 10 minutes. Hey, do you have knock? I don't have knock. Oh, wow.
Don't believe it's a cleric spell.
There's
But
a
what's
thought.
interesting is whatever this patent was for reverts to Shadow Skip with Gim's death. So that's another motive.
Yeah. Yeah. We've got too
But
many
also,
motives.
why would he be filing a patent for himself if it was work he was doing for Shadow Skip? So now we're getting into
So
problem
sticky.
territory. Mhm.
Yeah.
He comes back with a late 30s, sort of a Latino looking human who's got some files, and he's like, inspectors, we just spent, he's gone like 10 minutes. We just went through, we double checked all our files. I'm the only other attorney in the firm who works with, well, we don't work directly with Shadow Skip. That's usually what we call farmed out from their regular agency, which is PEM legal. But they're very busy and they're in high demand, so they subcontract to us. I don't have the name Denell and Knot River on any of our files. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, no. That answers plenty of questions for me, and I appreciate you doing the research for me.
Sure. If you give me your names, I can, if we come across anything, we'd be happy to call the inspector's office.
Okay. Yeah, if you think of anything or anything comes up, we'd definitely be most interested in that.
Send me a sending anytime.
Well, they would most likely contact the precinct, and the precinct would tell us.
Right.
It's like, here's my card. It's got the signals of my teleportation circle on the back if you ever want to. Oh, well,
In case you need to talk to me right now. Yeah. The human leaves and Call Mountain Heart goes, is there anything else I can help you with?
Were you friends with Baraka?
Baraka and I had, we did our specialized IP work together at Islington, and we were friends. And then, I would, if I'm being honest, I would say we kind of drifted apart in the last 6 months.
Oh, you went to Islington?
Oh yeah.
Hey, do you know these?
Either of these two?
Yeah.
You know this
So
dwarf,
you're
the other
showing
goblin?
him, and well, you show the goblin, and he goes, "Well, I think that's Mr. Ranks,
Well, yeah.
Jim Ranks."
Shaba ranks?
He goes, "That dwarf doesn't." Oh, I think that guy joined us one night. Baraka and I were out for dinner in Hoxton, and Baraka introduced us, and he kind of seemed like an asshole. But you know what finance guys are like.
Well, that wasn't. Was that at this? Well, it wasn't at the Steady Stag, was it?
he actually goes, "No, that's not my thing."
Understood. It was the Stag that was the one that did recognize the two of them together, right? Or was that at Mortal Coil?
No, it was the stag.
It was the Stag. Okay.
It was the stag, which was the hot topic BDSM, and like,
Yeah.
shortly after, yeah. He's like, I think Baraka introduced me to him like 3 months ago ish. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I really appreciate your time, and if you come up with anything, if you see anything or think of anything, please reach out, let us know, and we'll get out of your hair.
Oh, 100%. No problem, man.
100%. Thanks again, and follow him out. Just like too many suspects, too many motives.
I think we're kind of narrowing in, like so Gilther and Baraka were definitely friends.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what their connection to Gim was, but Gim and Gilther were also both people that went to the same establishments. So it's possible that the Baraka and Gim were, well, we know Baraka worked for Gim in a patent professional. So the three of them are completely connected.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly how Danella fits into this yet.
Yeah, I'd really like to talk to her.
But they're working on some sort of psychic shit that
involves
involves
some kind of aberration that can do psychic stuff.
Are you heading to Nashtooth, Harbeck, and Ulrich right now?
I think that would be the next stop, unless we get anything on Danella herself.
Okay, so you're about 2 minutes. You're about 2 minutes out of Hoxton, heading to Bankersboro, which is there. The HQ calls you and says, we have a last known address in Shoreditch for Danella Knot River, and gives you the address.
Well, that is where we will head then.
It's in Shoreditch?
Yep.
Aren't we in Shoreditch? Why, yes, we are.
Yes, you are.
Well,
You're
I
at the-
say
You're at the like north end of Shoreditch. She's sort of central Shoreditch, but it's not. Again, Shoreditch is 78 acres. You're not that far.
And that's where we're headed.
yeah. I think I'm gonna break here.
Okay.
I got stuff to do. I may actually go through my notes at some point and make a timeline. Who knew who when?
Well, I'll tell you what. If it will help you, I'm gonna hold on a second. I'm going to manage the record. Stop the recording. And stop the transcripts. Stop transcripts. And stop the recording. And then what I'll do